You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby you are not a girl and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go.
move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud, come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose, close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close, let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing, ain't into bling. Just use enough, you fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings, I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing, ain't into bling. Just use enough, you fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings, I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. That's what I want, that's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings, I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. I don't need no fancy car, I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want, that's what I want. That's what I
I'ma jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'ma run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'ma jump from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want a story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be. Gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and
like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Swap blue too hard like a nigga got 4 irons to the death to the. Got me talk money talking, I'm always in the loop.
拿下下一个第一。
There's the goal wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，笑笑。
Let's go wild.
激起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归宿。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another day of the Wild Rift League Asia regular season 2023. My name is Jitan, coming at you with me is Giyang, and we'll be your shoutcasters for today's set of matches.
And we have 3 sets of game again set in store for you guys. BRU versus Thunder Talk, OMG versus Keep Best Gaming, and Woohoo Gaming versus Fennel. And just like yesterday's games, actually yesterday we had one of the fastest broadcast days ever. I think in like 4.5 hours. So today, hopefully it will be a much longer one, more jam-packed with action, as well as we have seen some, you know, I guess not so good plays that happened in yesterday's games. And still, you know, the difference between the performance of the CN conference teams and the APAC teams seems to be in a big gap as of yesterday's matches. The score is still 2 wins for APAC and 12 wins for the CN conference teams. And here are the standings still. Actually, JT maintaining their undefeated scoring as of the meantime. EDG suffered their first defeat after battling against KBG. JDG also is sitting at the 3rd spot, only losing to EDG so far. Keep Best Gaming only losing to Nova Esports during day number 1, and the rest goes on. This is the battle still on the CN conference to get that top 8 spot. Again, only 8 teams will be able to participate in the playoffs. In the APAC region, it's going to be a little shorter as well. You know, only top 4 teams.
Yeah, and speaking of the APAC scene, this is how the standings have kind of shaken out up to this week. KT Roaster up in the lead, very, very well ahead of the pack with 3 wins to 1 loss. Now it's Esports, the only other team to get to more than 1 win so far, other than KT Roaster, 2 and 3 at the moment. But Buriram will have a chance to maybe usurp Now Esports as number 2 in the standings as they face their first match against Thunder Talk Gaming today. And of course, following that, OMG and Keep Best Gaming, a very tight match as well. And you know, Fennel have not done the best so far. They really need to step it up here against Woohoo Gaming. Again,
this second or like almost mid-part transition has been, you know, a battle of redemptions from the teams, because during our first 2 weeks, we have seen some teams, you know, starting out kind of slow, starting out a little bit down, losing their first game. Some teams actually are in a bit of a loose streak. So along the way, they have been trying to redeem themselves, some of which actually were able, just like KT, just like KBG, after consistently winning after their first loss. And now, it's a bit of a redemption story as well on the side of the APAC region, trying to get their wins against the CN conference teams. Because so far, we still see the difference in terms of performance. We still see the massive comparison, massive difference, more onto the positivity of the CN conference teams. They're really aggressive, really creative, and just so dominating in all of their games. And APAC teams are just trying to pick up the slack.
Yeah, and
hello everyone,
let's
welcome
take a
to the
look
stage
at what's
of
happening on the stage now.
Wild Rift League Asia 1. I'm Alora. Today is the second match day of week 4, with the first match being played by BRU versus TT. TT just got their first win last week, and I wonder if they can continue this good job today. And BRU, as one of the strongest team of WRL APAC, how will BRU perform today? Let's find out in the competition. And now it's time to welcome Buriram United Esports and Spectator Gaming.
คุณมีช่วงเวลาที่ยากลำบากใน WRL A1 นะครับเราก็เลยจะรีบชนะให้ไวที่สุดแล้วก็รีบส่งคุณไปพักผ่อน
Thunder
你
Talk
看
coming
这不
up.
两人胜就来了。
Simple, but it gets the message across. I like that.
All right. Let Thunder talk.
Good stuff here from both teams.
首先，让我们
Good,
有
playing
请
good.
TT 战队登场
Oh, yeah.
欢迎单人路选手 In the solo lane 新。
We're getting closer to having
下
APAC
面有
teams
请
as
打
well
野选手
being there on stage.
In the
but
jungle 小白。
it will only be the top two. Top two teams
Yeah, for
from
now.
APAC. Top two from the Chinese region.
接下来，让我们有请中路选手
Yeah, so
In the
there's a
mid lane,
lot riding
Z.
on, getting to that top 2 threshold. And so far in the Chinese conference, Thunder Talk is very, very far away from even getting,
下面让我们
their
有
foot
请
in
射
that
手选
door.
手 In the
They're
dueling 陈。
currently the Chinese team with the worst standing at the moment, so they really need to cement this win against Buriram United if they want to, be taken seriously coming into the rest of the league.
最后有请辅助选手 And support
Thunder
SMY
Talk, they did struggle quite a bit. I want to talk about the details later on when we do see the matchups later, but I guess it will take a lot
接
for
下来
them to
有请
actually
武里南
redeem
BRU 战队
themselves.
亮相，欢迎单人路选手 In the solo lane Zipper。
Yeah, but it's not impossible at the very least.
下面有请打野选手 In the jungle Widius。
They have a chance to get into that coveted top 2
接下来有
spot
请
in
中
the
路选手
APAC,
In the mid lane
on the
Noel。
APAC side of things.
下面有请射手选手 In the dueling Golden Feet。 最后有请辅助选手 And support What Jazz。 两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
All right, let's do
Let's
it.
go.
Yeah.
Dive into the wild with us, ladies and gentlemen. Here are some stats for you between these two teams. You can see that Buriram has a pretty decent hold of the games that they've been playing. 50-50 win rate right now on both blue side and red side, but their first turrets 50%, first dragons 50%, and first heralds, they're really fond of taking that first Shelly, 75% for them. Well, Thunder Talk usually gets the first dragon here at 73% at a time, but they're pretty much outraced in both the first turret and first herald times.
Also, Buriram United Esports are just coming from a loss against FPX. This is going to be their third game and their second matchup actually against a Chinese team. And so far, their last experience hasn't been really good against FPX. It was a 0-2 during day number 9. And the only win they had was actually against Nigma Galaxy. And although it was a 2-0, it is still going to be a tough time for them. We can't expect them to have a bit of a hard time against Thunder Talk because again, it is a Chinese team. But to compare, Thunder Talk, they just came off a win as well against a PH team or an APAC team. Now Esports, they denied the reverse sweep. And they're trying to pick up the stack. Try to have a much more stable performance and keep up with the other CN Confidence teams because so far, their only win has been from an APAC team.
Yeah, but now, looking at this classic top lane matchup, Darius versus Riven, it's going to be, a little bit hype. He'll eventually go towards the Darius most of the time, especially when they do hit level 5. So, Shin has to really be aware of what that Darius is effective times are, track his cooldowns and everything. because if you just stay in that fight, you know, you will just get cut down.
I love that wacky pose we're seeing right now.
That's hilarious.
Just that's the game face of Noel. The look of intense concentration for that 1v1. I mean,
yes,
he's gonna be battling against Shin, in which Shin so far has played twice, and actually won both times as well.
Yeah.
So far undefeated in the Fight for side. Make that 3 wins, because they also battled just last Sunday against Nows Esports, and they did well too.
Yeah, they did. So now, the question is, can they keep that momentum going? Because Buriram, you know, they can look like the second best here in the APAC conference as soon as, you know, if they do get this win versus Thunder Talk. Can they prove that they deserve that spot here? Of course, this fight for side. Whoever wins this first to 2 kills, if you guys did not know, will be getting side priority for their team for the rest of the match. So that is a pretty big advantage, especially when it comes to forming your composition in Champion Select. But Noel playing a lot conservatively here versus Shin.
It's also his first time participating in the Fight for side. Normally, in the past few games that Buriram United Esports played, it was actually Thipper that played in the Fight for side, and also Golden Feet during that Zed versus Diana. But we all know how that went. You know,
Yep.
Well, just trying to, you know, fully utilize this Darius pick that is so far undefeated actually in the Fight for side games.
Ooh, that's a fascinating stat there. Undefeated, the Darius, because he just shines at a 1v1, especially if you're up against a melee champion. So it's really difficult to go up against a Darius, even as a Riven who has so much shield, so much mobility. You know, if he's able to just stay on you, then Darius will 100% outscale you as the fight goes on.
I like how I said undefeated, but we only have seen only 1 game with the Darius.
Yep. 100% win rate.
100%. I mean, yeah. Noel just trying to see what works, or check if this would really work. And so far it is working. You know, he has that gold lead. He's able to go back to the base, even able to pick up a barrel enchantment here. So he's going to be trying to push Shin at times.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how the interaction will be after, you know, going with the pull and then using the enchantment or such. All right.
Ooh. Shin trying to be a little bit elusive here, but he is going to take a lot of damage even with just 1 swipe from the well. So yeah, the Riven has to go in, stun him up, and then deal bonus damage and get out quickly. That's how you want to trade with the Darius, because if you just stay in his face, he's just going to stack that passive bleed on you. And when it comes to level 5, when he gets that Noxian Guillotine, it will really, really hurt. But Shin looking to fight right here while Noel is still level 4. That's the right move from Shin, actually. And he does go for the Wind Slash. Ignite will not take Noel down. That was a good attempt by Shin, though.
Nice timing as well with the Ignite. I mean, that is usually how a Riven wins against any champion that actually has some sustain. Similar to when we see it in a 5v versus 5. The Riven versus Fiora matchup. When there's an Ignite with the Riven, he can definitely win that 1v1. And also the players are just, you know, having some fun here. Smiles on the camera of Noel. And he even picked up an anti-heal as well. Very timely as Shin picks up the Divine Sunder as well. And some grievous wounds again. Both champions does possess some sort of healing now, especially with the item picked up by Shin. So A-okay here for both members.
Yep, they will just be completely fine coming into the rest of this laning phase. Well, if you can call it laning. Noel, he is behind in terms of levels, but if he manages to get the perfect fight in, he can still out damage Sin for the kill. So Sin still has to be very, very careful here. You see whenever that Darius is prepped.
You gotta be very careful, extra careful. Because the burst from the Darius can be unexpectedly high at times. And though it is the same for a Riven, but the tower actually might just do some work. The shield negates most of that though. And Shin does have the Divine Sunder for the massive sustain. And I do love this item actually on Rivens, because you can proc the Divine Sunder multiple times. And since Noel would be attempting to extend the trades, Divine Sunder will just work.
Extending the trades, he's going in on the Riven. The exhaust has been popped, the stacks have dropped, and so does the Auction Guilty, but it doesn't do enough damage to take Shin in between the minion wave. So another good attempt, this time for the Darius, but no cigar once again.
Again, for anyone who is just new to the live stream, just recently tuning in, this is the Fight for Side mini event and before our 5 versus 5, and the goal of this game is actually to determine which team is gonna be having the side selection priority. So whoever wins this, either it's Noel or Shin, the winner, the team will be able to say which lane they actually want to be in, or which side, blue side or red side.
Yep. And that is a pretty decent advantage, especially when it comes to drafting your composition. So a lot is running, kind of sitting on the shoulders of these guys right now, these players, Shin and Noel. Shin level 8 now, coming in with more items, more combat efficiency, as Noel finds out that he does get chunked down when he tries to go up against Shin right now. So he has to be very careful, he has to go for the stacks, but he's now getting bullied. Look at how much health Shin is chipping away at him. And just that pesky ignite.
Yeah, just a small interruption there on the teleport, or on the recall rather. And Noel won't be able to go back to the base again. This game has been a little passive actually, and we see them trying to get their damage done onto the other member, but we do see Noel being on the back end of this matchup, and his damage actually isn't that enough to put Shin in a difficult spot. Most of the time, the complete burst of the Darius of Noel has been, impacting only about 60-70% of the total HP of Shin. So I guess a Black Cleaver doesn't really work here in this matchup, or actually in most of the matchups that we have seen in the Fight for Side.
Yeah, it may not be the most efficient item here.
Oh no, tower.
Now he just goes for the tower kill. Yeah, a little bit of a miscalculation there, unfortunately, for the side of Noel. So that will be the easy way out this time for Shin, taking that win.
And, well, we kind of expected this a little bit, heading towards this match. Shin so far now has 4 consecutive wins, and the Fight for Side remains to be undefeated in our Fight for Side. But let's see if that can now have an impact in their 5 versus 5 games. Again, what's important is the main game, the 5 versus 5, and even if Shin has played multiple times and won, it didn't really help out that much. Thunder Talk to get their wins. The last win that they had was actually against Now's Esports, just recently, last Sunday. And here's our head-to-head. I actually was looking forward to this because BRU, one of the reasons they have some positive stats in the KDA is because simply they have 2 games so far, and their recent match has been, very, very dominating against Nigma Galaxy. Though Thunder Talk here on Shin's side, we do see his kill participation relatively high, damage as well, and just a little bit lacking on the damage gold time %. But that shows, the aggressiveness of a CN Confidence team, despite being on the losing end, they still look around and try to make some plays across the map and try to have that angle into coming back in their games. Though we don't see that really happening, it's still a nice stat to actually see. Valdez, on the other hand, has whopping 84%.
Yeah. And look at that KDA. 7.0 KDA. This man is not a big fan of dying. And it really shows in the games that Buriram have won. Valdez has just, been a really, really big part of that victory. Always, proactive in that jungler role. So with XBuy, though, the stats are not up to the same standard as Valdez at the moment. But it really is because Thundertalk have just not had the easiest time here in the WRLA.
Yeah, Valdez is, of course, going to be threatening the Aatrox pick. Again, the Kazakhs that can actually mess with the bans or the banning of the champions here of Thundertalk, as Thundertalk actually decides to be on blue side. So maybe they're threatening to have access towards maybe the Aatrox, maybe the Senna. With the Zoe being nerfed, again, this is patch 4.1b already, there has been a tone down in the damage of the Zoe. A little bit of a buff on Xin Zhao, a bit of a nerf as well on Aatrox, especially with his cooldown. So that can actually affect the overall potential of the champions. But again, the preference of the team still remains to be looking at these champions as a high priority. That's why we see Thundertalk banning the Zoe away. Buriram might take the Aatrox out unless they have an answer for it. Again, there has been a buff on the Vi, and although we don't really see that much picking of that champion, yesterday we did see some games that actually the Vi worked. 2 games, in fact. So far undefeated in this current meta.
Yeah, with that being said, the Vi seems like a really good option for those high impact junglers that want to really make a difference in the early stages of the game. She will be left unbanned here, but it will be the first pick Senna for Thundertalk. This is a pretty bold choice, first picking that Senna. That does mean that it leaves up the Aatrox, which is still 100% pick ban percentage. He has always been either picked or banned for this entire league. Very, very impressive.
And well, since Valdez had access towards this champion, this can be the chance for Buriram United Esports to actually have an explosive start in this matchup. Again, during their first series against Nigma Galaxy, he had access towards his champion and he was a monster with this as well. Although Golden Feet was the MVP at the time, it can actually make sense that Thundertalk is trying to take away this champion. And look at the third pick. With Shen available, we will see the Wambulance once again.
Ooh, yes.
The Dawning Shadow, global. The Hero's Entrance, almost global. The Stand United, global. The amount of follow-up present here on the side of Thundertalk is massive. Sustain as well, the shield, the zone control, massive. What they're lacking right now though is damage. How can they actually burst down Valdez? That is the question.
That is a pretty good question because Valdez is not going to go down very easily. This man knows how to play that Aatrox, and it is a very difficult prospect to face him, especially with a Shen as your jungler. The big damage dealers for Thundertalk have not been picked up yet. That does mean that Buriram can target ban those away. Mainly it's been, the support champion, Shen, Senna, Galio. The Wambulance is, ready to rock, but who are they going to put on it? Who are they going to have in the front? Because, Akali has been banned as well. There's no Gwen, no Camille, no Fiora. That exhausts a lot of the Baron Laner's options, and Yone come in out as well in the bans. That does not leave a lot of good options to keep on that front line, who are tanky enough to stand up in a fight until the Shen can come in, until the Galio can come in, and until the Senna can ult.
Because normally you would want to have someone to be in the front line, go deep, so that the Hero's Entrance, the Stand United would actually work in favor of Thundertop. But now both of the champions have been removed. The only option they have right now maybe is Riven, but BRU will be taken away as well. So that leaves you to have minimal options right now in terms of having your proper front line, the champion that can penetrate towards the back line. And Buriram United Esports does have a really aggressive composition being built up on their side as well. You have now 3 front lines. You have the Riven, you have the Gragas, and you have the Aatrox. All the attention usually is focused on the Aatrox, but with the threat of the Riven here for Tipper, and also what the Jess having access towards the Gragas, which he is known to be just so good at using this in setting up for plays for BRU. Now it poses more threat to Thundertalk. So many distractions, so many, opportunities that can be denied for them just because of this draft that BRU is making right now. But I love the Renekton pick. That can be their proper front. And again, the slice and dice can be working for them. Plus the Dominus, with the help of the Heroes Entrance, Dawning Shadow, and Stand United will help him have enough, sustain to go on with the team fight.
That's true. That is very, very true. But I do want to take notice a little bit of this Orianna coming in for probably Cold Feet. Yeah, in the Dragon lane. Buriram's, their composition looks so safe. With the Orianna, with the Gragas coming in with his explosive cast. The Corki as well can just sit from the back and start launching missiles towards you. And on the other hand, Thundertalk, they pretty much have to be in melee all the time and able to, for them to be able to do their damage, do their thing. So it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth. But Thundertalk just seems like they're overcommitting to a melee playstyle right now.
Actually, I kinda am nervous but also excited with the Orianna pick. So far, our stats for Orianna is 3-1.
Yeah.
3 wins, 1 lose. EDG is undefeated and actually is the first team to try out the Orianna here in this tournament so far. JTG tried it once, but actually turned out to be a lose. Unfortunate for Juju. But actually, KBG tried this champion against EDG just last Sunday. And they actually, it was an interesting match as well. So now, BRU just adapting it as well, trying to have, that crowd control, that setup, that protection as well. And still, the late game insurance is very present. Since they do have the Corki, they do have the Aatrox, and they do have the setups ready for those team fights.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be a lot of attention coming in here for the Baron lane, because Vipper and Shin, it's going to be these two who kind of have to carry the team through the early game here, especially for Shin, because he cannot afford to die as the frontline croc for his team.
They were doing a really good job forcing Shin to back away towards the tower, and generally some lane dominance on level 2. Level 3 though, it can be much more difficult for Tipper, because Shin will now have the slice and dice, the sustain, and also the stun completed there. And it's just gonna be going in and out as much as possible. See that short trade? It's because Tipper doesn't have any disengage just yet, but in the mid lane,
Here's Z almost biting the bullet there. Noel and the Jess are doing a really good job of controlling the space here in the mid lane. Shin though, keeping the Jax safe. Z needs to be so careful. He can't afford to give up a kill to the Corki, because that just will destroy the Jax scaling timeline. So he has to be so careful here, and Shin has to stay extra long to keep him alive.
I'm not a fan of Jax being in the mid lane. We have seen this as well last Sunday, and it's not really the best sight to see. And I'm just generally nervous about this. Thundertalk actually had the same mid lane Jax for Z against Naos, and well, although Thunder Talk won the series, game number 2 was a game lost for them simply because Z had no opportunities to work around. He's more aggressive and more dominating when he has his hands on the Gwen and the Akali, but both of them being taken away.
Yep.
It's kind of difficult now.
A lot of damage onto Noel. He gets stunned up as well, but he's a Corki, so he should not be risking all too much. He's a little bit low if Z chooses to invest a lot of resources just to get onto him. Maybe that could be a kill for Z, but does not really want to risk it this close to the tower with what the Jess there, who can easily just stun him up under that range. So this is going to be a little bit difficult here for Z to actually get in.
Oh yeah, I mean, you do have the scaling of the Jax, but Z is mostly just gonna be a split pushing champion later on. Team fighting would be a little difficult, but let's see. I mean, even in their game against Naos at that time, he was trying to make some plays in a team fight. It's just so difficult because, again, the crowd control is very massive on the side of Naos at that time, especially with the Wukong and the Nautilus. But now, in terms of crowd control, it can be a little bit less. You don't have that super layering of CC. It's mostly a single burst damage or single burst setup. They have
coming in, and there's a Shen as well. Fipper, he overstayed his welcome. Yes, the Wambulance coming through, and that's exactly what Thundertalk has to do. Valdez now coming in to defend the turret from Shin, and that was just textbook Wambulance there.
Yep. And that was unexpected by Tipper, though he should have, especially with a long trading there by both people. Though Shin took 2 turret shots there. It's just that, yeah. Dominus, Dawning Shadow, Hero's Entrance, that is like 500 worth of shield and additional HP just handed over to him.
Yeah, and that was such a good play from Thundertalk to get that first blood, securing at least a little bit of a lead there for Shen, because that is how they're going to get into this game. The early game presence of the Crocodile, especially now that he has a kill, will be a lot more overwhelming for Thipper to deal with. So Buriram has to look for alternative ways to get ahead here. Ooh. Kind of like this, what they're just trying to invade a tiny bit into Thundertalk's jungle.
Though I'm a little bit nervous on the damage capability of an Orianna. Orianna isn't really the highest damage dealer in the mage department. That's why we see more priority on Karma, on Ziggs, but those champions have been, taken away, except for the Karma. Now, Shin.
Yep, he is going to be trapped in there. Valdez, though, he's going to get chased on. Shin almost getting taken down, but he will finally succumb to his wounds after taking out Valdez as well. SMY now on the back foot. He's going to get denied by what the Jess, and then that's another kill for the Gragas. BRU actually coming out on top of that one for 2 in favor of Buriram United. They will drop Shelly into the mid lane as well, getting a lot of damage onto that turret and most of the place there for what the Jess and Golden Feet.
Shin went a little bit too deep there, trying to chase down Valdez, and that paved the way for BRU to actually start fighting back. Good job for BRU as well to take that Herald down, and just being generally deep, SMY tried to escape. Golden Feet still managed to get that last hit on the RH, and a good job as well by what the Jazz, just stopping that exit of SMY, and because of that, they have leverage now in terms of gold. They have Herald as well. Z is going to be trying to do some damage here, but again, Jax, Senna, not really the best champions in the early game.
Exactly. So it will take a while for them to scale up, but if they're able to bully out Thipper and what the Jess here, they may not even need to. Thipper definitely in a little bit of a tough spot. He's always kind of poked out here. Can't really engage as he would like to as a Riven, just because of the threat of that Shen just coming in anytime he sees an opportunity. So what a difficult situation for BRU to try to get picks in.
Yeah, now they have the RH. Now they can actually just pressure down mid. Look at the damage that was dealt as well. Oh, this is gonna be a bit of a tough time here for Thundertalk, because when you get access to mid tower 1, it's already bad.
Coming in here with a gank with Valdez as well. Thipper is going to be there, the first person in the line of defense. There it is, the combo coming through. What the chest. All of the CC is there, and XY is here as well. The Shen responding with the Stand United, but the Orianna Shockwave getting at least 1 kill secured for them. The Shen goes down, and Z is a little bit too low to defend. It will be a free turret for Buriram United.
They get a kill, they get a tower, they get the leverage now, and the momentum swinging towards Buriram United Esports. Thundertalk, their composition is mostly based on their cooldowns, based on their ultimate. So there is a gap, there is a timing where BRU can just engage onto them. And look at that setup by What the Jess. After Valdez knocked them up, it was just so eminent. Forced the ultis there of our Wambulance, and then that shockwave. Cold in feet, just so good with his champion, definitely making this Orianna pick work.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful use of the Ori ult. Very sick stuff from Cold in feet. And that is kind of what they need to do. They have to group up and use that Orianna ult to their advantage here. Else it's going to be a little bit difficult. Shin once again is a target of this, but he will catch up to Noel, takes the Corki out of the fight. Valdez is there now. Will he be able to make a difference here? Cold and Feet there as well. But Thundertalk, there are 4 of them versus 3 of BRU up in the top lane, so they will just disengage. No reason to risk all too much. Cold and Feet is there. He has his ball around, but will this ball be in a good position to ult? And we set up a shockwave here. Valdez and What the Jess may be able to respond.
We're starting to sense a pattern here in this game. If Thundertalk is able to, save their ally with their Wambulance, and BRU overextends, goes too deep, they get punished. But if Thundertalk, when they execute or when they respond with a Wambulance and BRU actually steps a little bit back and then goes in once again through Cold and Feet or through What the Jess, then they win a team fight. Since they are ahead a little bit, and since the cooldowns of the ultis of Thundertalk are down, that gives space and time for BRU to work around the map. They get that free Herald, they can set up for Dragon, though they have to be much more careful when they tackle the Dragon now, because Thundertalk will have their ults available by then.
Exactly, and Thundertalk, they do have a chance to get back into this game. They are just barely a little bit behind by BRU, but Thipper now going to be engaged on here by Shen.
Oof.
No need for the Stand United to Shen, because he was very busy taking a kill onto the Corki. Thundertalk actually getting a free pick there right in time for Dragon to come through, but SMY may have been caught a little bit there. Not secured though. The Herald goes down into the mid lane to pressure. Valdez is going to be coming in though. Versus 4 of Thundertalk. Golden Feet is there. Will this be the ball delivery system? No, they are just going to let the Dragon go. Thundertalk will take it without a lot of contest from BRU.
And they just trade objectives for a tower this time, especially after Noel got taken down. There was no reason for Buriram United Esports to actually try to contest that, given the top lane as well. Thipper was there alongside with Shin, and forcing a 3 versus 4 rather, in that bot side river is a no good engage for Buriram United Esports. Here is where things are getting a little bit scary now. Shin is sitting at the very top of our gold chart, XBY closely second as well. But so far, Shin has been, that pinnacle front line of Thundertalk. The goal of Thundertalk right now is to have him serve in the front line, make him almost impossible to kill, and then just wreak havoc on the side of BRU. And the only win condition here of Buriram United Esports is if they can actually get out away from Shin and get in again when the Wambulance actually expires. But it so far has been very difficult.
Oh, that is a lot of damage done to the Riven, even through the shield. That is a very dangerous Crocodile. You cannot afford to just get in his face for free. Oof. That is going to be very difficult there. Unfortunate, but that is the way that cookie crumbles here. Shin is just looking for any opportunity to get in and take Dipper out.
The cancel on the recall. Yeah.
What the Jess as well.
They're sending out some numbers here, some players on the top side. But again, it's very difficult. BRU just can't risk trying to burst down Shin. Dipper just being cancelled on this recall constantly, even
Yep.
Yeah, that was sad. But we kind of expected that from a Senna. They will just try to cancel him, try to mitigate the amount of resets that he can have. Finally, he was able to go back to the base. Now he possesses 2 items, even a Zonia's enchantment for his boots. So that can be the stalling game here for BRU in waiting for the shields to actually expire from Thunder Talk. Again, that is one of the win conditions that they do possess here in this game. Trying to be, very cheeky, trying to be very creative in the team fights, kiting Thunder Talk as much as possible. It's very difficult to do so, given the number of crowd controls that Thunder Talk actually possess. Almost everyone, actually everyone has.
Yep, and speaking of everybody coming in, it is Xby and Shin already on the Dipper. He's very low, but he gets saved by the Oriel Shield Ball. Valdez now on the engage. He's coming in. Noel, though, he is there to do some damage, but at least Dipper wasn't brought home in a cage, in a coffin. But another turret will go down for the side of Thunder Talk, and they are now in the lead in terms of gold.
Yep. They do, because their timing has been improving over the course of time, and they also have some scaling in their lineup as well. Shin has been very efficient in the farming. We do see Z as well, just safely split pushing in the bot lane. Chin as well, just helping out Shin as much as possible, and it has been very difficult for BRU to actually punish their overextension now. Because Thunder Talk now knows the moment, the exact second they have to disengage.
Speaking of, that is an engage coming in from Valdez. SMY manages to get away with the help of Chin. And BRU need to kind of look for a better engage there, but they are being very proactive here. Valdez may have found Shin there, does not want to commit onto the Crocodile, especially with the Shen ready to ult from anywhere on the map. BRU, they are playing a very dangerous game, a delicate dance here for the fate of the game.
BRU is banking on the late game scaling of Noel so far. They're just providing him space to safely get his resources done, but Thunder Talk realizes, okay, we might have to give some pressure towards Noel. And what the Jess so far is doing a really good job, just providing that safety for the Corki, while the other members are actually trying to work around the map as well. In terms of scaling, I'm actually kind of backing on BRU, but based on how efficient Thunder Talk has been in their ganks and in their pickoffs, they might actually be able to cripple down the numbers of BRU. Again, earlier, Noel got caught prior to the spawning of the dragon. If that happens again, this is so point that Thunder Talk is actually threatening right now.
Yeah, Thunder Talk, they are very, very threatening at the moment. XY already on the start of the Drake. Will Valdez be in the right position? No, because that is the Justice Punch coming in, and then Chin comes in with his own ultimate. What the Jess is out of the fight, but then he goes in for it. There it is, the explosive cast, splitting the fight a little bit, and now BRU are now on a front-to-back fight coming in. Thunder Talk is still on that dragon. What the Jess a little bit too low here, but Valdez, he can still get back into this fight. Dipper is relatively healthy, but as soon as he jumps in, this is going to be it. And SMY goes down. The dragon is going to be taken, but it is going to be BRU stealing it out. Valdez, will he be able to fight through? The rest of his team is starting to melt. So is he. Z is on him, but the rest of them, they don't see Valdez. He is the unkillable Demon King. He is on the Chin now, but Z will be the next example. Yes, he is, as Golden Feet comes through, and that is the ace for BRU.
That was just so good on the side of Buriram United Esports. What the Jets with the cast to prevent Thunder Talk a while ago from having full engage onto them. They waited for the ultis to actually expire, waited for the Wambulance to no longer take effect, and then they went in. Valdez got the steal on the Dragon. Golden Feet was an absolute playmaker as well, with a shockwave, with the utilities, and now, well, they weren't able to end the game, but they managed to take down so many towers. Look at how it actually started. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see the flank a while ago by Z, but look at how they were just able to focus fire onto the members of Thunder Talk. The sustain wasn't enough as well, though Chin was free hitting all the time. It's just not the time for him just yet to actually deal a lot of damage. And meanwhile, Valdez was just wrecking havoc. Golden Feet was able to kite all the way. And this is some of the concerns that we had on the Orianna pick before, but with him, it's just so flawless.
It is. It really is. And another flawless engage almost by SMY. He did not get the taunt off, but that is the Stand United used already, so they know that they can engage, and there it is. They get a catch onto the Senna. This is not going to be a good time for Chin. He goes down to the Riven. Fipper will take that kill. They will threaten the Baron now. Valdez is level 15. This is going to be a very scary steal if they do try to attempt it. Shin going to be coming from the back. And they have to know that Thunder Talk is going to be coming in, but they feel very confident without that Senna. They can just turn on Shin. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to try to hunt the Crocodile down, Dundee under. But Valdez is going to come onto the rest of the front line. SMY going to be hunted down now, along with Z and X by. But they will get a catch. There it is. Valdez, he's going to use his immense AoE, taking down the Galio for free. And then Z and X by are going to say bye-bye in just a sec as they try to flash into their turret's range. But will that protect him from the dive? No, it won't, because Thipper is there. X by, though, that shield will make him survive a little bit longer.
They're overextending.
And BRU, they are overextending. Their welcome has been overstayed. Shin with the re-engage along with X by. There is a lot of shield going on, but they still are fighting in it. Valdez, his World Ender's up once again, and he is chasing down the members of Thunder Talk. That is a scary, scary Aatrox. And BRU, they don't manage to get a kill, but Thunder Talk at least don't die as either way. What a long fight.
Yeah, that was a minute of a fight. Started from the Baron area towards the bot lane. Quite deep, actually, and I started to get nervous on the side of Buriram United Esports the moment that I saw Shin actually attempting to have a flank, because they had the Stand United ready. They had Shin ready as well, but BRU was still able to disengage thanks to what the Jess, again, especially with the cast, especially with the utilities, and Golden Feet just adding a bit of movement speed towards the rest of BRU. Now it's going to be very difficult though, because Thunder Talk is posing here in the spot side river the moment Elder Dragon actually spawned.
Yep. Could have been a catch there. Well, this kind of testing the waters here, seeing how far he can bait Thunder Talk in, because they do want to commit to that Elder Dragon. This has to be a clean smite from Valdez. He can't afford X by getting the steal here. They are both level 15. Maximum on the
Noel's not there
here. Yeah, Noel is not there, but will it even matter? Everybody is going to be coming in, funnel in very slowly. Noel now making his way into the fight. He's got missiles. That could be the key here. But they are just kind of dancing around. Z now on the top lane. He is going to get interrupted by Fipper, so that does mean that BRU, they pull the trigger and start chasing the members of Thunder Talk. There's the Senna ultimate coming in, but it is just to help the Jacks, and look at that, they are onto the Nexus now. Thunder Talk with a surprise, trying to base race for their lives, but Z is going to be just living for a little bit. He will get finished off finally by Noel at the very least, and SMY now on the chopping block. He will get stasis so that they try to stop the bleeding, but that's not going to be enough, because what the Jess is on to X by in the pit of Baron. Chin's going to be there to help him. He stasis is to keep himself alive for just a little bit longer. There's Golden Feet to save the shockwave and the shield. What the Jess is no more, but Valdez is going to be coming in. He's going to get rid of X by now. He's on the chase. The Shen will be late to waste. The static is going to be coming through once again. Stasis saving his life until the very end, but now Nashor will be into the hands of BRU. Valdez, he is just unkillable.
Yeah, Shin is gonna be attempting to do something here, but I don't think he can actually do anything. He's gonna try. Top side, there is a big wave. Dominus gonna be popped in.
Yeah, and he's still trying to contest, but there is no smite on the available side for him, because that was a lot of time for the Shen to actually come in with the Stand United. So it's still BRU getting everything, but Shin did not die thanks to the Shen coming in at the last second.
And that was very interesting because the Thunder Talk, they tried to do a sneaky there towards BRU. Sudden Stand United used their onto Z to try and force Tipper, or maybe even attempt to try and kill him. They got the inhibitor tower, but everyone actually went there. I think Thunder Talk could have at least tried to stall the members of BRU so that their response, their retaliation could have been delayed, or maybe force them to actually stay while trying to take the Elder Dragon. But that wasn't the case. BRU managed to just clean them up, chase them down, get 3 kills in exchange for just what the Jess. And now they're threatening a push and an Elder Dragon take.
Yeah, Valdez, they are just leaving him alone there. They've already taken the inhibitor, and it's going to be jungler versus jungler. It's a fight on 2 fronts, one in the base, one in the Dragon Pit. It's going to be incredibly risky. Who gets the smite? It's going to be Thunder Talk, and maybe they can fight back here. And what the Jess is on the ropes. He has to get out of there. One more touch, and he will die. The shockwave will keep them away from BRU so far, but Valis is on the chase. He's trying to take XBY down, and he will be successful in that endeavor. But SMY trying to come in there with a taunt for his fallen brother. Valdez can just re-engage. Cold Feet there as what the Jess as well come in with this minion wave. A lot of pressure for BRU. Now they will be coming in against Thunder Talk here. That's a 4 versus 3, and they immediately jump onto the weakest member, the Oriana, and she's down. What the Jess may be next here. Valdez can't get around to it, but he will be able to get at least one onto Z now. But it is really just a fight in the base now. Noel trying to backdoor, and the Jax will die to the the Aatrox, but base will die to the Rivet. So BRU just absolutely leveraging a chaotic situation there.
Very chaotic, very scary actually, but BRU braced all of it. Despite the Elder Dragon possessed by Thunder Talk, they forced a fight. They were able to mitigate the execute damage of the Elder Dragon. It was only Noel that actually got taken down, but he was busy, trying to deal some damage onto the Nexus. Wasn't able to land that last hit, but Tipper was there to just close things out. And in 24 minutes, a little above that, BRU solidified their standing and was able to take down the Thunder Talk. This is a really good game that they had, and it all came down from the picks and bans even. Just denying the Gwen, denying the Akali from Z, put him into a Jax, and work around the timings against the Wambulance composition. Just worked wonderful here on the side of Buriram United Esports. I love the playmakings of what the Jess and Golden Feet as well, providing that safety net for the rest of the team that actually allowed them to turn the tides around, because earlier they were down 2,000, but that dragon fight was just so good. Elder Dragon was scary because it was a 1v1 between XBY and Valdez, and XBY actually got the smite there onto the Elder, but BRU was able to pick up the slack. They even turned against Thunder Talk without the Elder, and with the Elder of Thunder Talk, they actually engaged. That was scary, but they won it.
Yeah, and Valdez topping the damage charts. Look at this crazy gold graph. It goes one way, then the other, and then the other, and then it just came in for Buriram United at the very end. Valdez doing 40,000 damage as an Aatrox. That meant he was in fights almost 24/7, and it shows 6-1-8 with an 88% kill participation. This man absolutely ran circles around Thunder Talk, made himself the focus of the team fight. And whenever he popped his Wolander and just came in, Thunder Talk had nowhere to go except away. So they had to, try to kite back as fast as they can. But the Aatrox is just a little bit too fast for them to deal with. So Buriram, even though it did take a while, 24 minutes on the clock, they still cemented their first win of the day. Will they go 2-0, or will we see a game number 3 here?
I mean, the Wambulance doesn't really have the highest win rate in this tournament so far. So maybe with a different draft, Thundertalk can push this to a game number 3. The execution was really good. However, it's the gaps that actually it puts them in their weakest position. When the Stand United, when the Hero's Entrance, when the Dawning Shadow are not available, BRU can just turn on to them at any time. And we have long cooldowns, almost over a minute of a cooldown with those ultimates. So it is a big chance, a big window of opportunity for BRU. And they actually do it. They actually abuse that fact. And Thundertalk was just not ready for that kind of performance of BRU. It kind of puts them also in a bad spot right now because, again, the only win that Thundertalk had was against NAO's Esports, denying the reverse sweep. But even so, they haven't really won against any Chinese teams, against any team at all. And now BRU, one of the most dominating teams right now on the APAC region, wins a game number 1 onto them. It's going to be a nervous situation for sure. Nerve-wracking, and BRU might actually have a chance to pull up a 2-0 victory against them if they don't patch your mistakes.
Exactly, and that is going to be the question that they face coming into the next game is how does Thundertalk exploit the weaknesses that Buriram has, and maybe they put a little bit more focus on that Aatrox. Valdez has been doing amazing with it. You cannot let him off on that champion or he will just take over the game. So with all that being said, it's been G10 Kanacha. With me has been Gayan. This has been game number 1. We'll be seeing you guys after a little bit of a short break for game number 2 here. Stay tuned because we will be right back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is Jason Kabadachi. With me is Giyang, and we are now game number 2 of the first match. Can Thunder Talk take this back and bring us to game number 3, or will Buriram start the day with a momentum building 2-0?
It is going to be a tough question, actually, because Thunder Talk, they're still trying to get their groove back, trying to redeem themselves as a CN conference team. But so far, we see them even struggling a little bit against these APAC teams. And now, they're put in a bad spot against Buriram United Esports. Match point already for BRU after that amazing performance. And they were even playing a little bit of an exhibition game there, especially with Valdez 1v1ing against Xba in the Elder Dragon. And despite Thunder Talk getting that Elder Dragon, we saw how comfortable BRU is in that particular situation. They were still very aggressive. They were still able to force a team fight against Thunder Talk and win it, close out the game as well in a swift manner. And there's just no resistance from Thunder Talk. And now as they go into this game number 2, as they remain on the blue side, can Thunder Talk this time have a good game? Should they also go with the Wambulance again? Because personally, I don't think so.
It's a little bit difficult for them to kind of rely on that strategy just again, because it really did not serve them all too well in the first round, maybe because they left the Aatrox open, and Valdez is just kind of a god at that champion. It's very difficult to take him down when he is on the Aatrox. So this is going to be a little bit difficult, I'm thinking, for Thunder Talk if they do want to go for that same composition, but they will be banning out the Aatrox at very least here.
And this is what I'm concerned about as well. Normally, we do see the Zoe Aatrox being banned on a red side team. It should be BRU that should be banning away these champions, but we see it on the side of Thunder Talk. That gives space for BRU to ban the champions of Z once again. It's like the Gwen, it's like the Akali, that they can just threaten and put Z again, maybe in a Jax, similar to game number 1. It's what Naos Esports did against them, and they can just do it again. But having this setup now, having these bans, Fiora and Shen, Thunder Talk does have access to this. The only question is, do they lock in Z's champion this early? Because now they will pick up the Senna, which is understandable. So there can be a chance for the Wambulance to come through once more with just the Galio. But Z might just pose on the Gwen pickup almost immediately. Gwen and the Akali are two choices that he has and are just so good in terms of performance that can actually threaten BRU.
Now BRU, though, they don't feel very threatened. They are picking up that Nautilus. Maybe, no, it might be the Yone. Looking at Valdez here, also a very skilled Yone player. Could definitely do a very, very good jungle champion on that Yone. Big performance from him, but as well, what the Jess on the Nautilus is just very, very terrifying, especially when he gets confident enough to just start walking into your jungle to place, deep wards wherever he likes. It's just so difficult to say no to a Nautilus like that.
Oh yeah, and well, Valdez, he actually hasn't picked up the Yone just yet. All throughout, this is going to be the first time that Buriram United Esports will be using the Yone. But BRU loves aggressive champions. They want to actually penetrate the back line. And now they realize, okay, Z's gonna have his chance to actually pick up the Akali. And this is going to be scary. They need to actually match his early game performance, match his aggressiveness in the late game as well. Because we know that when Z actually has his hands on the Akali, he can just 1v9. And I'm not kidding about that. It's literal 1v9. He makes so many plays around the map, and it's so difficult to actually pin him down. The last time it did the wonderful work was with a match against Naos Esports, game number 3, and his flank alongside with Shin was just so massive, cutting down Naos Esports and denying them from any chance in coming back in that game. After that one team fight, they just went on with a game-ending push and won in 18 minutes. They're going to be attempting that once again since they do have the Galio, they do have the Senna. This is a scary situation now for BRU. How do you address the Akali?
Yeah, that is always going to be the question here, because that Akali is just so scary, especially when it's under the protection of both the Senna and the Galio. It's so difficult to lock that champion down and really burst it without the rest of the team coming in. So how does Buriram respond to this? They do have that Renekton though, so a lot of AoE available to deal with that Akali perhaps. So we'll see what is next up. The Vi and Jax will be banned out for Buriram, while a lot of respect onto Golden Feet here from Thundertalk. They take out the Ziggs and the Varus. Thipper still looking to go onto that Ribbon once again, probably.
If they go with the Ribbon, what will be their mage here on the side of Buriram United Esports? Will they go with the Orianna once again here for Golden Feet? He did wonderful work with that champion, and I think it can actually help them as well with the setups, because they have so many front lines now. 4, in fact. Very aggressive, very high in terms of AoE damage and crowd control that can penetrate through the draft here of Thundertalk. But I like how Thundertalk is addressing the top lane issue, because Shin had a bit of a hard time in the battle lane a while ago. Despite him winning the lane, the impact was not as they intended it to be. BRU was able to mitigate his performance and just pin him down most of the time. Wasn't able to exceed the number of kills that they had in that early game. And I think they just want to have a stable frontline instead. Having the Garen and rely on Z and X-Buy as the sole pressure killers of Thundertalk.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a difficult climb for BRU, especially because they are kind of relying on a little bit of the scaling here, along with some early game aggression from that mid lane Renekton. But if they're not able to gap that Akali and he's just allowed to run rampant here, it could spell the end for BRU here in the mid game, because that Akali very dangerous when given the chance to really do anything, as long as the Galio and the Senna are there to make everything happen for the Akali.
I love the Karma pick as well by Golden Feet, because not only do you have a good anti-engage utility with the Transcendent Embrace, now you have a chance to buff up the whole front lines of BRU, which is pretty much almost everybody. The rest of the members of BRU will be going forward against Thundertalk, and you need as much shield as you can, as much movement speed to actually out damage and out aggression Thundertalk. They have a chance to also pin down Z's Akali with the Transcendent Embrace. Also everyone, again, BRU, every single champion on the side of BRU has some sort of crowd control. I think that is going to be necessary if they actually want to pin down Z here.
It will be necessary if they want any chance of pinning down Z. Is going to be very slippery coming in. But I think in this top lane matchup, Shin does have the advantage over Thipper. As a Garen versus a Riven, you're not really supposed to die in this matchup unless you're going really hard. But Thipper, he's getting the big damage onto Shin really early on. A good sign for BRU.
Well, they will have the Honey Fruit and still has the Judgment passive, so he'll be able to at least heal back to half health and try to be more stable in the laning phase. Plus, since there is the Senna, he should be much safer now, as SMY or Chin rather helps him out. And this is where I want to talk about the Senna versus Nautilus support helping out the Baron laners. We have seen this multiple times already, And interesting info as well, thrown out to us, 31% damage. But again, on the Senna Nautilus, you know, Shin might be in a tougher spot. Despite him helping out Shin, there's absolutely no way they can actually escape when What the Jess engages.
Yeah, especially since What the Jess is the one who's going to get engaged onto now. Thipper goes for the knock up, but this is a little bit of a stilted fight with Thipper and What the Jess on the back foot. They do have, you know, a lot less of a health total there than their counterparts. Golden Feet going just a very, very easy lane against SMY. Not really stressing all too much, can just CS to his heart's content as SMY has to get out of there.
BRU is just waiting for the timing for What the Jets to be able to cast that dredge line on the Chen. When they do, Thipper is just gonna be following through all throughout. Thundertalk is kind of deep on top side as well, but they're sending X by here as well. Maybe they can go with a gank.
They're not gonna go for it. Thipper misses the knockup though, so he will just get a little bit of harass on himself. No kill so far, no big actions committed by either team. As 2 minutes 30 in, we are having a little bit of a quiet phase here in Thundertalk versus Buriram United. Although we did expect to see some early game aggression. And there could be a little bit of a fight here in the mid lane with Noel and What the Just there.
Oh yeah. So far, BRU, they're just gonna try to scale.
Oh, that
Never
is
mind.
a very quick kill though. X-By taking the opportunity as soon as SMY presented it. And that is a very, very quick first blood there. As the second blood may be coming soon. Z though has made his way into the shroud. The dredge line comes in into Chin's face. What the Just tries to go back in, but Noel is just not in a position to keep fighting this. He does not have the range at the moment. Z as well, it's level 6. So he does have that level advantage there. A lot can go wrong here for either team.
Yeah, BRU needs to be a little more careful, especially with the global presence here of Thundertalk. And I think Golden Feet forgot about that a while ago, got engaged. I mean, it is a guy that can easily close the distance, and just the follow-up will be there by everyone. And Golden Feet, well, it's not going to be that much of a deficit for him. Fate sealed.
Yeah, oh, that is going to be a huge
Revenge
catch.
kill.
Chin getting absolutely caught in the open. Valdez and What the Just setting it up perfectly there. And that is BRU bring the fight back. They are still behind in terms of gold. What can they do to kind of combat this? And let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, I love how confident BRU is. What the Jess and Valdez worked around despite the flash there by Chin. I mean, it's a Nautilus and a Yone. So many crack controls and gap close abilities are present, and no matter how you try to escape, you won't be able to if you're just alone there. Noel gonna be trying to do some damage.
He is going to be doing a lot more damage than Z at the very least. Now it is going to be a little bit difficult for him to try to commit to anything here, so you know, don't risk it if you don't have to is the motto here for both of these teams. They are just playing a little bit of a slow game. There is a dragon spawning in. It is still 1-1. Valdez is there, has been seen by X-By. They can kind of dance around this dragon, and that may be a way here for that.
Topside being pushed though by Shin, so that is a bit of a good job there for the Garen. But now BRU forcing them to actually commit onto this mountain. Dominus already used.
Oh, Z gets caught out. Will it be enough? It will. He's gone from the fight. The Akali is no longer a threat. Can X-By come in? Can Zin actually spin to win? No, he won't be able to. He does get one at the very least, but it is going to be Valdez who takes the dragon and the life of Zin almost. No, he actually goes down. Zin just barely lives with a sliver of health, and that's a BRU actually suffering more losses, but still getting the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they already... I mean, at the end of that, it was a 2-for-2 trade because they got Z early on. I love how they instantaneously turned on him. Absolutely no way to go out. And we saw that coming already because Tipper already, or Noel rather, popped in the Dominus quite early. So they should know that BRU will strike at any second. It was a bit of a disrespect by Z actually to check in that area alone with no follow-up, and BRU just punished him heavily for it.
Absolutely. There it is, BRU. They are now on to the Rift Herald. Take it for free. They have so much momentum coming in. Z knows that that was a huge misstep from his part. Just being caught there. Now he is trying to get a little bit of revenge onto Noel there. The Shelly will be making a charge down into the middle lane, giving BRU some much needed momentum here, getting the first tower of the game, as Noel may be in a little bit of a spot of bother here with the rest of Thunder Talk coming up to his lane. But he'll be okay. He is a crocodile.
Yeah, he can just slice and dice out of harm's way. And PRU already bashed the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. That is huge for Thunder Talk. Now, in terms of safety, it's not going to be that good anymore for this blue side team. And if you're a fan of, if you're Thunder Talk, you would want to protect this at all times. But I guess the positioning of them was not really that good towards the Herald. And PR just made most out of that situation. Used it in the mid lane, bashed the tower down, and now they can just threaten side lane control as well. Follow-ups or rotations from Thunder Talk will not be as efficient. They're setting up in the bottom lane.
Oh, that could be a catch. Thipper in a spot of danger here, but he is going to bait them right into the death charge from the What-Bid Chest, and they burst down the Garen before the Galio is even a factor in the fight. Cold Feet now there. X by forced retreat as well. Chin and not really going to be able to do much in terms of damage to SMY as well, so they have to look for the perfect engage here, but that is going to be really difficult when they don't have
Dredgeline,
you know, one of their big engagers. The Dredgeline not going to be a huge factor there. Valdez taking a lot of damage, down to 40% health, so no greed coming in from BRU. They will just get out of there.
Yeah, the priority of Thunder Talk was to mitigate what could have happened after the casualty onto Shin. And that was the tower takedown. They successfully defended it, and at least they're not that deep in terms of the gold comparison. It's almost equal actually here on both sides. And Thunder Talk is just banking on the late game potential here of Z. Late game potential of Chin as well. And that is the main win condition in this game. So far, we do see some anti-shield coming in from X-Buy, some sustain coming in from Z, especially with that Rift Maker. But they still have to be very careful of the burst potential of BRU. Not even Shin is resistant enough to actually survive all the bursts coming in from BRU. And what more if you're the squishier targets here?
Exactly. And speaking of squishy targets, Valdez trying to get a little bit of a squishy squeak there over SMY, but that Galio is the opposite of squishy. Thipper though trying to get one over on Shin, as he did not use his Q there. Will not be able to silence Thipper because he was in his spin to win form, his Beyblade form. BRU just trying to pressure both Chin and Shin here in the bottom lane, because the dragon will be coming out soon in about a minute or so. Z trying to look for anything he can get as an assassin, as a Akali, but Noel is not the right target here. He is a level ahead, and he's very wise to these Akali tricks.
APC meta still for now is just so impactful in all of the fights. And Golden Feet actually really good on this Karma as well, just providing that protection for the rest of Buriram United Esports. Movement speed as well, so that they can easily close the distance on the side of Thunder Talk. Now with Ocean Drake, Thunder Talk gonna be trying to start this up. What is under a ward, so we need to be extra careful. Z as well. Spot it out, and depth charge.
They know there's depth charge onto the Kali. Zones Z out of this fight, but will they re-engage while the Kali's gone? No. SMY comes in, but he is doing a lot of damage though. That is the health bars melting on the side of BRU. Now Z's in the mix, and what can they do with this? Noel is very low. What the Jess still in the front, as Valdez and Golden Feet are going to come in. Oh, fate sealed, not sealing anybody's fate here, unfortunately. He's going to come in, and he does take the kill onto X-Buy. Just picks him off, but that is still Thunder Talk 2 for 1. Sorry, 2 for 0. It was BRU who came out on top with just 2 kills for free.
Yeah, and they got the Ocean Dragon as well. So with everything being taken by Buriram United Esports, Thundertalk simply is struggling this entire game to get anything out of BRU. They will get this tower down, but it's pretty much an equal trade here by BRU because they got, again, a double objective. And let's see how it actually happened. Z was so delayed into the fight, and even if Shin and Chin did magnificent work there in the front line, with Z just being so delayed, BRU was able to recover, especially because of Golden Feet, and Valdez just focusing on that re-engage, even flashed in to get a kill onto XBuy, solidifying not only that Ocean Dragon takedown, but a 2-for-1 trade, plus an RH that now they can just fully utilize to get more leads.
Yeah, and BRU, they are fully utilizing whatever they can, whatever little lead they can. Just like Valdez finding another pick here onto SMY almost. Chin keeps them away as a lot of resources to pop the flash and the shield of SMY. Will it be worth it? Who knows? Z does take down the tower in the top lane. Garen may now be the next target here. The next point of contact is Shin. SMY is going to be there trying to back him up, but he will get dove by 1. No, there is the dredge line onto SMY. What the Jess, keeping a lot of pressure here on the bot lane. Shin has to defend with Chin and SMY. Look at how much attention they're attracting just by being in the same lane here.
BRU doesn't even have any reason, I mean, they don't have any pressure to actually engage onto them because they know they can just safely scale towards the late game as well. They have the Yone that has so much damage in the late game. They have full trust on themselves that they can just fully burst down Z when they get the chance to. What the Jess has been so good with his champion as well, with the depth charge used onto Z a while ago, just shoving him away from the fight, delaying his entry in that last Elder Dragon fight. And if they get their hands on this soul, this Infernal Dragon, this is going to be really bad. Noel?
Yep, this could be very bad as Noel does get caught. He has Dominus and he tries to slice and dice away. He gets flashed on. The Ignite comes through. Will the shield be enough? No, it won't. The Ignite will take him down. Renekton, he is gone. Now BRU, what can you do? Scooby-Doo, Thundertalk is in front of you. As SMY and Z, they're tempting BRU to go in.
Fancy rhymes there, G10.
Yes, very much. Thank you. Z is going to be the first one in. There's a point of contact there with SMY. XBuy as well, trying to jump in with his skill leap strike. No, that's Jax's skill. Whatever. His little cockroach leap.
It's
yeah,
standard cockroach things.
Oh, he actually landed the dredge line. That may not be good for you. What the heck are you doing?
Oh my god.
He flashes out, but he gets immediately taken down by Z. What an opportunity seized by Thundertalk Gaming as BRU are caught a little bit out in the open here. Valdez trying to make something happen with his Yone. He will run back and just keep Thundertalk from abusing anything here.
It was a bit of a mistake there by Water Jazz. He got too greedy, just trying to interrupt the recall there of Z, and well, put himself in a bad spot. Golden Feet tried to sustain him, but so many numbers present there on the side of Thundertalk, and Noel wasn't really there to follow up and help out team. So no matter how much they want to retaliate, they couldn't really do so given the numbers advantage of Thundertalk. Now they just are going to be resetting. Thundertalk had the opportunity to come back a little bit in terms of gold. Now it's almost even again. 18 seconds for the dragon to actually spawn, and BRU again are in position to take control.
They do love being in position. They, BRU not want to slack off in this matter, so they are just going to be there. First, start the setup for their own take. Though Shin and Chin are there. XBuy is going to be following suit. SMI has been taken out of the fight for now. He will have Hero's Entrance though, but he will be coming in low. Z though, from the back, has encountered Dipper. He will get a little bit engaged there, and he just melts down to the sword of the Yone. SMY and Shin now maybe in a little bit of trouble here. X-By gonna get jumped on by the Crocodile, and you're no match for a Roach. Crocodile, man, Thipper is gonna be coming in though. He is going to start to melt down the health bars of TT of Thunder Talk. Another stasis play will keep SMY at bay, but he will get finally taken out. BRU find 2, and it is now Baron Nashor they're going towards.
They just know who to target. BRU is so good at team fights. They force Thunder Talk to commit onto that dragon, and then they catch Z trying to flank from the right, and Thipper and Valdez was just so ready for that engage. Now they're forcing BR.
They are gonna go for another fight. There's a Fate Sealed. Shin has been caught a little bit, but he won't be suffering for all too long. Now Thipper may be the one who has to answer for this Thunder Talk aggression. Shin is very, very tanky, just being able to run up as a Garen in front of everybody's faces on BRU, so that may be the way for them to get back into the fight very soon. But at the moment, it's so difficult for Thunder Talk to find a good engage onto BRU.
I mean, that I would say that was a successful stall by Thunder Talk. 3v5, they managed to shove BRU away from the Baron, and that's their only goal at that time. But again, backs against the wall now for Thunder Talk. BRU has full control of this game. 3 dragon stacks, 4,000 gold lead again after that massive teamfight win, and they have a chance to threaten Baron at all times. And we're only 2 minutes away from the Elder Dragon as well. And the X-By hasn't been really capable or successful at all in taking those dragons for Thunder Talk. And he's using a Kha'Zix, so that puts so much pressure onto him. And Valdez is just having massive control in all of the fights, going in onto Z and having enough time to actually go back and take the dragon for BRU. That's how much influence, how much help he is actually providing BRU so that they can gain as much leverage as they can against Thunder Talk.
That's true. That's true. Leverage they have. Because look, now it's Valdez on the hunt for X-By. He's free to just go for his Fate Sealed at any time, trying to get any catch he can. Because that's just how ahead BRU are. They're the ones who can afford to engage here and really be on the front foot. They can just wait for this Elder Dragon to spawn once again, and then try to fight for that. Or they can try to pressure the side lanes a bit more, try to keep Thunder Talk on their toes with consistent pressure. It's going to be a 0-4-1 strategy here. They're forcing Thunder Talk to respond to their 4 in the mid lane.
We haven't really seen any sign of life here for Thunder Talk. Even Chin is having such a hard time in this game, and Thunder Talk generally is just struggling this whole series. And to think that the only win that they had was against an APAC team. Chin actually had a nice time with the Senate at that game. Z as well with the Akali, almost a similar lineup towards this in this game against BRU, but the impact, the result is just so different as well. Look at the gold difference over time. BRU is just slow burning Thunder Talk at this point. 3,000, 4,000 gold lead, pretty much negligible at this point, but the Elder Dragon is the key. A while ago, X-By was able to take it with the Shen against an Aatrox. Can he do it again with a Kha'Zix this time?
It's going to be very difficult for X-By, but he needs to try, as Valdez is going to try to zone him out of the fight. Z wants to get in there as well, but Thipper is trying to keep him away. Valdez almost really good catch onto X-By, and he manages to flash away before the Dredge Line can come in, but the Hero's Endless does say that SMY is now in the fight. Noel starting to get melted down there as well. What the Jess serving as a really good front line for his team. SMY and Shin can't even get inside the fight. Valdez once again. A lot of damage coming in from this Yone, Yasuo's brother. That's what he is. Thipper gonna be dancing around this dragon though in front of it. In front of Thunder Talk. What a dance here from both sides. And Z and Baby coming back here very soon. But Thunder Talk needs to engage just now. They're going to get engaged on. Thipper is there as well. What the Jess too. Noel from the back is starting to get melted by Z. And who's the first to go down? Nobody yet.
Here comes
Thipper
Z.
is still alive. Cold and Soup goes down though. Finally, Z has found his way into the fight. SMY is very low. But What the Jess gets out of there too. It is just one kill for nothing. One for... Oh, what was it? One for one? My bad. One for one. Yeah. But it did look like Z was turning the sides of the fight.
So this is still a chance for BRU because Z has to really pop off right now. Resets coming in from Thipper and also Noel. They want to have access and also clear out top side. But with Z just being unthreatened right now, BRU is paying good respect towards him. And a while ago, actually, he was completely zoned out, almost taken away, especially because of Thipper. I hope we get a replay of that because the retaliation of Thunder Talk was actually really nice. With Z coming back from the base and having enough time to actually get that kill onto one member of BRU. And since Thipper took so much damage after serving in the front line, it was just so difficult for him to actually, go back and influence the way he intended to do so earlier. BRU is gonna go with a second chance on this Elder. And Thunder Talk actually is on the top side of the river. They might need to go on the spot side river, but What the Jess is just delaying them.
Yeah, What the Jess is so wide here, just keeping Thunder Talk in check while Valdez is already starting the Elder Drake. They have no clue because they see the rest of BRU over there. And now Valdez, he can just have commit onto this dragon. And he can be annoying in the face of Thunder Talk while he's doing that. Thipper as well. Going to be a stun bot in the middle of it all. X-By jumping in a little bit too early into the pit. Will What the Jess come over him as the hero's entrance has been cancelled and the Galio has been CC'd. CA though will find a kill here onto one, but it's a trade. 1 for 1 so far. Valis goes down. Elder going to Thunder Talk. And what have they done? They've won this fight. X-By coming in to say goodnight. Another one good fight for Thunder Talk, and suddenly they look like they want to end the game.
And they can! It's now up to Noel to actually save the day! Because he stayed in the mid lane, has the Guardian Angel. But what can he do against 3 people with the Elder Drake? Such a long death timer here for Buriram United Esports. He's gonna be trying.
Yes, he's doing his best. He's in static, he's in dominus. But with the Elder Drake buff, he won't be able to survive, unfortunately. Thunder Talk, they just charge into the base. They won't let anybody stop them. We're going to be going to game number 3. Buriram were winning until they lost.
And Thunder Talk defying the odds now against BRU. We'll be pushing this to a game number 3. The time that they needed X-By to actually pop off and help Thunder Talk secure that Elder Dragon, they did at the best possible time. The time that they needed it the most to turn the tides around, because Z actually got taken down there by Thipper. But with the Elder Dragon, everyone became a threat on BRU. The low HP members gets deleted in an instant. And suddenly, BRU finds themselves in the backseat and just taken down whole by the members of Thunder Talk. Noel tried to defend, but it's an Elder Dragon on 3 people. There's nothing that you can actually do in that instance. A massive turnaround by Thunder Talk and BRU. That was a head scratcher of a moment for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a going back to the drawing board kind of moment for Buriram United there, because they did most things right? They just kind of overcommitted in that one fight, and at that stage when the death timers were so long, even though Valdez did have so much damage, once again 27,000 damaging even the Karma on his team, it just wasn't enough because they kind of overcommitted in that last fight. And you can see the goal difference there. It was going all the way to Buriram until the very end.
And one of the main problems as well is just because of that 4 versus 5 fight. Thunder Talk this time had more creative execution there, and Noel got stuck in the mid lane because, again, Thunder Talk, they actually sent up SMY to be in the mid lane because their goal is just to prevent that push from the well. And Hero's entrance in. Suddenly, BRU lost that in a 4 versus 5, and Thunder Talk just outwitted them. And now we're game number 3. Game number 3, guys. First series. Thunder Talk is not yet done. BRU is not yet done. Both teams are going to be going back to the drawing board to finally have the best possible strategy heading towards game number 3, because a while ago, BRU was already close. So close already. Imagine they had 3 Dragon Stacks already. They had all the RH even in the game. They were close to ending the game with just 1 Elder Dragon. And then Thunder Talk just stole that opportunity away from them.
Yeah, it was definitely a very, very big moment for Thunder Talk. Will this actually be their way back into the series? Will they get that reverse sweep? X-Bai will be the MVP here. That Kha'Zix was definitely a very difficult champion to deal with for Buriram United, so definitely deserved here. X-Bai, he was just on point with tracking his jungle counterpart around, so big props to him.
Yeah, it was one of the reasons why they were able to actually get that Elder Dragon. So it was so unfortunate there for BRU losing the dragon, and just now we're in the game number 3. Let's see who is actually going to be able to close out this game as a winner.
Yeah, but before we get into that last game, ladies and gents, we will be going for a little bit of a short break. Don't go anywhere, because it will be game number 3 once we come back. This is still Wild Rift League Asia Regular Season 2023. We'll see you in a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. This is now our last game in our first match between Thunder Talk Esports and Buriram United Esports. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang. We are your shoutcasters.
And I love how Thunder Talk was just able to turn the tides around there in that game. It should have been a 2-0 by BRU. It's just like in wrestling, suddenly you see a hand rising up. Suddenly you see the other person still in the game, still in the match, and Thunder Talk, they're still in the series right now.
Exactly.
Fighting back, throwing the punches. And that last punch was definitely a haymaker that BRU just did not expect coming out of nowhere. XBY getting the Elder Dragon, and Thunder Talk having full fire in their eyes, heading down to game number 3.
Yeah, and if you guys did not see that game number 2, that was so explosive at the very end. It was pretty much Buriram slowly getting lead after lead after lead after lead, and then at the very, very end, in one fell swoop, one lost team fight, Thunder Talk suddenly got all the momentum back and beat their way into the Nexus, and it was all over for Buriram at that point. But that does beg the question, will they be able to adjust and really be more mindful of their team fighting when against Thunder Talk Gaming?
Also, I mean, they should, but we're gonna be seeing 3 matches, same sides by this team. Thunder Talk really loves to be on blue side, and they're gonna be sticking at what actually worked for them. So maybe BRU, I have a question for them, because a while ago they banned the Gwen. They should ban it again, because game number 2 actually they banned the Shen instead of the Gwen, and that paved the way for Thunder Talk to actually have an access towards the Akali. And yeah, Thunder Talk will say, okay, Shen's ours. Or, well, Senna actually was also good, and I don't think BRU is actually going to be getting the Shen if ever, because their goal is going to just have the draft similar to game number 1, which worked heavily in their favor. Exactly. Actually, especially with Valdez with the Aatrox at time. But since it's banned away, BRU says, okay, you take something from ours, we'll take something from yours as well. The Senna now and the Gragas gonna be picked up by BRU. But again, Akali is still up here for Z.
And will it be picked up? Because definitely Buriram focusing on that Senna Gragas for Golden Feet and What the Jest. Very big key pieces of their composition, no matter what they end up choosing for their damage dealers. But yeah, Akali still in the mix here, but it's gonna be Yone coming through, probably for Z. Ziggs for Chin here, going to be a lot of priority on getting that poke, getting those Mega Inferno bombs. So with Galio still unbanned here, that may be the route that Buriram wants to ban towards. Ziggs though for Valdez. Very interesting. Going up against XBy's Shen.
Oh yeah. This actually is a champion that he used already once in their match against Nigma Galaxy, and he was an absolute beast as well with his champion. The Golden Feet at the time was using Ziggs, so in this case it's so far difficult to actually have, a target for the Kazakhs. And BRU needs to have that AoE damage in their lineup. Who will pave the way for Valdez to have some targets here in this game? Because Golden Feet so far is using the Senna, and it's not really the best synergy so far with the Kazakhs. They need someone to actually threaten the front line.
True. So who can they use to threaten the front line? I mean, Akali gonna get banned out here. No Zed as well for Noel. Jace is still up. Okay, and Ashe maybe gonna be picked up here. That would be very fun to see. Golden Feet on the Ashe, and then no, it's not gonna be it because you already have the Senna. That would have been fun having 2 ADs. Maybe see how that range-oriented composition fares, but no, it's going to be the Renekton here for Thipper. They do want to get an early lead there in that Baron lane. Yeah,
maybe it's going to be Noel as well, picking up this Renekton. since he wants to redeem his performance in game number 2 a while ago. It was really unfortunate for him to be stuck there in the mid lane and be all that late in the team fight. And it was at that point when ThunderTalk already got the Elder Dragon, things was just so inevitable already. And actually with this Rakan pick, normally I would be very happy with the Rakan pick, but again, this champion has been recently nerfed. So in terms of the crowd control that he usually has almost all the time, we have now an additional 3-second cooldown in the late game. So normally the cooldown of its grand entrance is actually 12 seconds, but now it's 15 seconds. And I think that is a massive nerf onto him.
Okay, hang on. Do you see what I'm seeing there?
Yeah, we see a cinch.
I see that. I like that.
We do see quite a lot actually in the APAC teams, and actually
funny to see.
During the weekend, yeah, it's fun to see. And do you know that EDG actually picked up the cinch, but not in the mid lane, because normally we do see it now in the mid lane. They actually used it in the Baron lane. We saw a standard draft by EDG just last Sunday, and it was very hilarious, very exciting, very explosive as well. But the draft didn't actually work at the end. KBG won that, and it's just, I was banking on that standard draft actually, because we have always discussed the comeback, or like when the ADCs would actually come back in the meta, since most of the time we do see just APCs. But I think that game pretty much describes or answers the question of why APCs still remain to be the best in the meta, except for the Senna and the Jace, quote unquote.
I mean, he's an AD. Doesn't really count as AP, but he is a caster. So coming into this game, it will be Noel on that stage in the mid lane, gonna be going up against Z. So at least this is a melee to melee matchup. Noel can actually have a little bit of a good time here if he's annoying enough, and he does start off a little bit annoying there. Just using his noxious fumes on that wave. Shin will be coming through the mid lane though to make sure that Z isn't really demoralized by Noel at all.
Fleet footwork on the cinch. That is interesting. Yeah, I mean, laning phase is equally important as team fighting, and I think Noel just wants to stay alive as much as possible in the laning phase. He would have some sort of sustain in the minions, and also against a champion when you do hit him with the fleet footwork active. Upside, Tipper is gonna have a bit of a hard time, and ThunderTalk actually doing a really good job getting some plate there.
Yeah, SMY is not really going to commit too hard to this because the tower can't shoot him down, but they are doing their best to kind of bully Tipper under tower, get as many plates as they can, because, you know, he really doesn't have a lot of recourse here. He is not a ranged champion, and he has to go in for a stun like that onto SMY, though SMY did not take any tower shots. Tipper is very low now. He may be the target here for Chin or SMY. He's so incredibly low. He has to get out of there. He will back away. And ThunderTalk, they were trying to set up the first blood.
And the only reason why Chen and SMY was able to be that aggressive is because they placed a ward just above the Thrive Brush. So they know exactly when Valdez is going to be in the area. And they fully zoned away Tipper as well. Getting 2 plates within 2 minutes is actually a huge win here for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, it is very big for them. At least starting off early into the game. I still want to see this cinch perform for Noel, because if he doesn't meet the same pressure that the Yone does by Z, then he's just basically wasted the champion slot in the mid lane. He needs to be as annoying as possible. He needs to be the big distraction that BRU can use. But that's going to come later on, around 10 minutes or so.
So what we're looking right now is where actually Golden Feet should be helping out, because mid lane we do see actually Z being very comfortable. Top side, Shin is actually a-okay. Bottom side, we do see Shin just being extra aggressive against what the Jazz. So that puts a bit of a pressure here actually on Golden Feet. Nice job here by Shin. Now Valdez is in the area, and I think it is really proper for him to just fall back for the meantime.
He just has to get out of there, not really give up anything. Still 0-0, 3 minutes in. Both Buriram United and Thunder Talk not not risking all too much, especially this early on. Especially with a pick like Singe that has to be very, very specific. You cannot fall behind or else you're pretty much useless. Especially against Yone that has a lot of utility in the catch. So it's really up to the junglers now, and there's very little pressure they can do right now without completely changing their ganking routes.
Oh yeah. BRU is playing things slow in this early game. Very different from game number 1 and 2 actually. And Thunder Talk, they do love this slow-paced early game as well. Because the only angle they're looking right now is to have Z, Chin, and Chin scale up in this early game and wait for that 5-minute mark wherein they can actually have a better standing in team fights.
That could have been a catch there. Thipper and Golden Feet wanted to risk it. Valdez is off onto the side. He will not be committing to this. He will just be going back. X-Buy, though, that does open up a little bit of a window for him to get into this lane for a possible lane gang. Golden Feet and Thipper, they know that something's up, so they will just keep their distance, though.
Yeah, grasp on Golden Feet. Well, this has been kind of like the standard, but I do love the Kraken Slayer even more, personally, just because of that extra damage. But I think they just want to have a little bit more tankiness onto the Senna. Generally, even just 100 or 200 health at the late game can serve a big difference in the survivability of Golden Feet, since there is the Zig. Now,
but SMY, speaking of the Zigs, there is Chin with him. What the just gets taken low, but he will get healed as well by Golden Feet. Now they're going to be fighting over the Rift Herald as SMY runs in there to make Inferno bomb. Thipper is not the one who secures it. It was Valdez who secured that Rift Herald, but the Dragon will be taken by X-Buy, and now he's going to come in, stand united onto Shin as X-Buy very, very present as the jungler. They are going to be going for a dive onto Thipper, but he flashes out. He's going to get saved by the Senna's ultimate there. Donning Shadow, keeping him breathing and away from the clutches of the rest of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, good job there by Thipper, because Thunder Talk was just looking for that one kill, at least to punish BRU trying to get that RH a while ago. But Thunder Talk actually got the better hand in that, and being able to get the dragon. Oh, BRU.
Oh yeah, they're looking for something here. Z goes for the Fate Seal and tries to flash out, but they'll be able to catch up to him. Valdez goes for the isolation damage on that Q. And that auto attack sealing the fate of another member of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, fate sealed indeed towards Z this time. Top side though, they're trying to give a fate here for Thipper. But again, similar to a while ago, he's still kind of capable of actually surviving ganks there, or dives. Here comes Valdez and what the Just 2.
Speaking of dives, yeah, they are just going to get onto that Renekton. He won't be able to survive. Valdez and what the Just a little bit late on the trigger there. Not able to keep their comrade reeling in the top lane. And you can see that Thunder Talk, they are getting aggressive now as well. They're hunting. And with the Shen, they know that they can hunt very, very freely as long as his stand united's up.
Yeah, it's low burn actually that's happening now to BRU. Thunder Talk, you shouldn't be giving Thunder Talk right now the early leverage, since they do possess the Zig. Top side tower pushed already.
Yeah. Oh, another catch on the Z, maybe. He can get out of here. Noel is on the chase though. So is what the Jess, but Golden Feet will not let this go on any further. Valdez is there as well. He's going to secure the Skull Crab. Noel may be looking to try to go for something under this tower, but SMY is there as well. So that's just going to be wave clear quickly. And BRU kind of wasting a little bit of time. X-Buy there. He will find a taunt onto Valdez, but that might have been a mistake as Golden Feet is there as well. This could be a good engage here if I want the chest. The Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. Valdez narrowly missed by it. He's able to leap out and get the safety. With that enhanced recall from the Rift Herald, he should be able to get back into this fight. With what the Jess and Golden Feet just stalling it out for him.
Actually, don't know if the Mega Inferno Bomb machine was already available the moment Valdez got spotted out, because I think they could have gotten the kill onto him if ever he used that. But slight hesitation still is present here on both sides. The Thundertalk does have leverage in terms of gold, 1,000, almost 2,000 gold lead, and BRU is just trying to tempo it down as much as possible. It's just so difficult because of the wave clear, especially by Chin. Any lanes can just be served with a Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yep, and there is another big engage there. Noel getting taken so low. Golden Feet just barely saving his life. And Valdez now, he is going to be able to just get out of there. No use trying to hunt the Ziggs. The Mega Inferno Bomb will keep the wave clear as day. And what a good attempt there.
I'm starting to see a problem here for BRU's side, especially with the split push. Thundertalk has been more efficient with their side lane control. You do see the constant waves crashing down towards the BRU's top side tier 2 tower. And that's like how they actually down, or at least dived top lane. The Stand Unite again is just so effective, and Tipper just couldn't survive the burst. RH taken by Thundertalk. No contest at all.
Yeah, it's not really a lot that BRU could have done in that situation. They didn't have Valdez around. So at this moment, Thundertalk, they do have the tempo of this match. They do have the gold lead in SMY. He is a little bit behind in terms of level. He will get engaged on by the body slam. He tries to go back in with the grand entrance to Chin. Will get jumped on though by Valdez, who had the isolation damage. He goes for it. He gets the final auto attack, and SMY is next. Chin not able to do anything there as BRU. They spring the trap onto two members of Thundertalk, and maybe they are looking for more here. They just want that tower as Dragon is up in 5 more seconds. XBI is still there though, along with a couple of very strong members of Thundertalk, but they won't be able to stop BRU here. Maybe they can attempt to steal, but it's still going to be a very, very risky one, as XY and Z are not anywhere near there. They don't want to risk giving more kills to BRU.
Okay, I don't know if I want to commend BRU for that or kind of give a negative comment on the side of Thundertalk, because suddenly we see BRU from a 2,000 gold deficit with just one gank that Thundertalk kind of was overextending in the mid lane. BRU got 2 kills, a dragon, and a 2,000 goldie. That is over 4,000 in a minute or 30 seconds even. And Thundertalk, I think they did not expect that to suddenly see BRU being aggressive, but they have to be very ready. They're going to be answering with an RH push in the mid lane. Can they actually stop it? Oh, so sad here for Thundertalk. It's gone in mere seconds.
Immediately bursted down. BRU didn't even let Shelly get the charge off because there's no need to. So very, very big statement here from Buriram United. They are on point with their defense, and they're just waiting for the next big thing to fight over. The next dragon, maybe the next Baron as well. Shin trying to get a little cheeky here on Noel, but that is a cinch. You do not want to be chasing him. SMY takes a lot of damage, but that tower does go down. The Ziggs charge is a little bit too much to deal with this time around.
Yeah, the Ziggs is still the stable pick here of Thundertalk, and they're going to be banking on Chin's performance the whole game. And that puts him actually in a bit of a tough spot, honestly. Even if you're a Ziggs, you can be threatened a lot, especially with Valdez constantly looking for an opportunity to strike him down. And here's the slight disadvantage here of Thundertalk. Let's just try to break down their composition real quick while things are stalling out. Since everybody on the side of Thundertalk actually goes in, only SMY can actually save him. If XY joins him, actually, the front line would be not as effective as Thundertalk intended, because everyone should be moving forward while leaving Chin kind of vulnerable, but he should be independent in the back line. BRU's chance actually serves from multiple angles. Noel with the Cinch will try to slow them down again with the Riley Scepter, and Valdez is constantly going to be looking for that pick off onto Chin. The moment Thundertalk puts her eyes off him, it'll be bad.
A pick off onto Shin as San United comes in, but he gets bursted down before the Shen can come in. And now it's Chin who is on the way out as he throws his Mega Inferno bomb. He gets taken right down. SMY now very low, but Z's in the fight as well. XBY will keep him healthy, and Thunder Talk live to fight again. That's still a 2-for-1 in favor of BRU.
Yep, very much favorable for them because they got the kill onto Chin, they got the kill onto Chin as well, and now with both of them down, look at what they're doing with the Kha'Zix. This is pretty much possible.
Yeah. They're just gonna go for it. XBY is there to try to stop it. He gets flung out. He tries to go for the steal, but there will be no steal available. The Baron goes down, and the isolation damage is there. The Grand Entrance will interrupt Noel. He will get away clean. He is the very, very slippery Cinch. Zeke tries to go for a kill onto what the Jess there, and he succeeds. He's going to be able to warp back, but Valdez, he gets the isolation damage and finishes that kill off for him. Shin is not able to actually get away into this fight as Golden Feet keeps the rest of the team alive.
Yeah, and I love how What the Jess just... I wish we have a replay on what occurred a while ago. What the Jess just prevented XBY from having access towards that Baron pit. And yes, we do. Oh, I love that play that he did. Oh, the taunt denied. No entry, no steal this time, and they just try to exit from there because Noel was just so low already. What they just tried to draw attention towards him instead. Z flashed in with the Soul Unbound. Did get the kill onto What the Jazz, but Valdez says, okay, 1 for 1. 1 for 1, buddy.
1 for 1. That's it. And, you know, at the end of the day, Thunder Talk, they need to take everything they can here. Because Buriram are starting to look a lot scarier. Valdez looking a lot more proactive now than XBY. A lot of reactive plays here from Thunder Talk. This may not be one of them because it was Z being proactive with his Fate Seal, but he did miss Thipper, and now they're on the Shin. They're chasing down onto XBY as well. This fight is kind of split, and there's the San United on the SMY. He's next to Z, but Shin gets jumped on, almost taken out. As Noel may be on the chase from here on out. XBY's there as well. SMY gets taken low. But there's a Mega Inferno bomb dealing damage to a few. BRU now on the chase. SMY, he got a taste of that. Kha'Zix's W as they start this Infernal Drake. Shin still there. XBY as well, and Z. SMY, they are just trying to dance around this dragon, see who can actually smite it and be free from this fight.
No, Shin is here.
Almost taken down. He's going to go away. Valdez is still there. He's still in the fight. But that dragon will be saying goodnight very soon. Another kill now for Thunder Talk. They've gotten the dragon as well. More damage for themselves as Valdez and What the Jess are forced to retreat. That is a 2-4-0 clean fight for Thunder Talk.
And it's because of the flank of Shin as well. Now they're pressuring bot lane. What the Jess will get taken out.
Yeah, What the Jess is just dead there. Noel and Valdez, what can they do against 5? I think they can just end here. The Death Divers are too long. There's a Fate Seal, and he will get sealed out. They get onto Noel, and the Sin just not able to withstand the amount of damage coming in. Thunder Talk will be sealing their win here against Buriram United.
What just happened there? BRU?
I don't know.
They were ready for that fight, but I think they did not expect the flank coming in from Chin, and they failed to actually give attention anymore towards Z. He got the kill onto Golden Feet. He got the penetration towards BRU's front line, and he just quickly dismantled them. And that paved the way for Thundertalk to have their second win now. They defeated 2 APAC teams. Now it's Esports. And now BRU. Reverse sweep this time after just a slight mistake, but the disastrous outcome of that one mishap from BRU. And oh, that must be so frustrating for them. But Thundertalk now back into the groove, having to secure another win for themselves. So far their score is gonna be 2, wins and 3 losses. So for 2 consecutive wins. Meanwhile, BRU gonna be suffering their second defeat. 1-2 is their scoreline, and so far not so good here for BRU, especially on how they actually lost in the series.
True. And with that being said, BRU, we had a lot of expectations for them coming into this league, but now they're losing to Thunder Talk. This is not looking all too good for them. And, you know, that's not the diss on Thunder Talk, because they have played absolutely beautifully here just now, taking every single chance that they could. And you can see that Z was just pretty much unstoppable. He had most damage, 21,000, even out damaging Chin, who was on that Ziggs, and you would expect to be a little bit more, well, a lot more damaging. But you saw that final spike there where Thunder Talk was able to reverse it again. They were pretty much in the lead though throughout the entire game, although it kind of fluctuated between a lower goal lead and a higher goal lead. Buriram though, that final mistake, that final fight, just a little bit too messy, and Thunder Talk was able to kind of leverage that to win. So big props to them.
Yeah, and due to BRU not having any wave clear potential compared to, you know, what a Ziggs can actually provide in a game, it was just so difficult for them to actually defend the base, especially that it was only what the Jess and the Well that actually survived, tried to defend, but wasn't enough anymore against 5 people of Thunder Talk. And it's just so hard for them to win the game as well at all. When they lose fights, it's very hard for them to just defend base or defend their towers. Thunder Talk realizes that, and they're fully aware on what the pros and cons of BRU's draft is, and they just went with a push in the bottom lane, negated Noel and what the Jess, since they deal absolutely no damage. Basically, they're just utility champions, the slow from the cinch and the stun, and the sticky ability as well to root the members of Thunder Talk. But in terms of damage, no wave clear, no one can actually stop Thunder Talk. The moment they lay their eyes on that Nexus, it was just game over for Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, exactly. And you really have to rethink how you're going to be doing damage when you do pick up a champion just like Cinch, because he's so dependent on so many things going right for your team that if he gets the slightest bit behind, he's basically useless. He doesn't really do a lot of damage. He can't really clutch out a game just like a Kali or a Zed can, and it's just very difficult to kind of work with Singed when, you know, he's not that meta at the moment. So it is going to be Z on that Yone who gets the MVP here. Very deserved, I should say.
80% kill participation as well. He was there in most of the fights, helping out the team, helping out Thunder Talk, just outmatch Buriram United Esports. And again, we talked about the late game scaling as well of the Yone, late game scaling of the Ziggs, and just the overall synergy here of Thunder Talk. They were able to now recover their losses, or at least some of the losses that they had against the CN Conference team. We have yet to see them actually win against a Chinese team, but against APAC, they seem to be very stable. And both of the games, it was reaching game number 3, but they were able to at least be the one on the top in both of their games. And BRU, I think they need to really go back to the drawing board to work around what didn't work for them, how the game turned into a loss from a win, because this one was a little bit upsetting.
Yeah. And with that being said, back to the drawing board for Buriram United. What can they show us in the rest of the league? But we are done with match number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Join us in just a little bit as we take a look at OMG versus KBG. Stay tuned for the next match. We'll see you in a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game team to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the goal difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? when a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs. The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. You're still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. We are now in match number 2 of the day. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we are about to witness OMG versus KBG.
This is going to be very interesting for sure, because OMG, they were just coming off a loss against J Team in a 1-2 score fashion. They were denied of a reverse sweep, and actually, they don't have any wins against a Chinese team just yet. The only win they had was against Nigma Galaxy, wherein they denied their own reverse sweep. And they're just trying to compete with their other fellow Chinese teams right now in this tournament. KBG, on the other hand, had a bit of a rough start into this tournament. But after their loss against Nova Esports, they were really dominating. They're coming off a win against EDG just last Sunday, denying them of their reverse sweep, and so far they're at a 3-game win streak.
Yes, they are, and that 3-game win streak does build up so much momentum for KBG. They're looking like the best to this entire match, just because they have been so much more consistent than OMG at the moment. And I mean, OMG has had, some very tough matches of their own. I mean, they went up against EDG the very first time, and then up against J Team in their last match. They only just did win against Neighbor Galaxy, but the teams that they lost to are two of the best teams in the Chinese conference. So, that might just be kind of expected from a middle of the road team. So, it could still be up in the air between these two, because OMG definitely need to show their true potential here.
Yeah, especially right now against KBG. It's, I mean, most of their games has been really dominating, and they only lost a total of 4 games. 4 games, not series, 4 games. One against EDG, one against Thundertalk, and 2 against Nova Esports or Nova China. And the only reason why they lost their series against Nova Esports as well was, due to just one person, which is Long. Just so good in the jungle, and just an absolute monster as well, with all those Dragon Seals, RH Seals, and just the overall impact of Nova Esports at that time. And now they're just trying to maintain their stability. And speaking of stability, actually, they're able to, recover from their earlier struggle against the Dragon, against Nova Esports. Now they have a relatively high first Dragon rate. Herald a little bit more on OMG, but on first tower, we do see just KBG being really aggressive and taking as much resources as they can against their enemy teams.
Yeah, and can KBG keep that sort of momentum here against OMG? Because they do really like being proactive there with the first tower and the first dragon. But OMG very, very balanced here. It's pretty much they trade the objectives whenever they can, so 50-50-50 each. But their blue side seems to be a lot more successful than their red side. OMG has won 3 times out of 4 times in the blue side, while they have yet to find a win on the red side. However, KBG kind of the opposite there. They got 5 wins out of 7 on the red side, while they only got 2 out of 4 on the blue.
Yeah, so I guess we kind of have an expectation already on which side they actually want to prefer to be in. OMG might be wanting to be on blue side, while KBG would want to be on red side as much as possible. In our head-to-head, this is actually really interesting, because we do see lots of kind of like dominating stats overall here by Datan. But in terms of economy, we do see Inyan actually keeping up as much as possible. In the damage department as well, we do see him, doing a lot of work for the side of OMG. And generally, it's just, I think, it's just going to be a bit of a tough time in general for OMG in terms of trying to resist the aggressiveness of KBG, and OMG as well looking for windows of opportunity to strike against KBG.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because KBG, they want to be proactive here. They want to be the one with their fingers on the trigger. That's just how they've been kind of wired to play here. Now OMG a little bit more defensive, a little bit more quiet in their play style. They do try to go for some scaling builds from time to time. They do try to go on the offensive as well, but it just hasn't worked out for them, as well as being able to stall out the game a little bit. When they did win against Enigma Galaxy, OMG were incredibly ahead, so maybe they can find a way to step on the gas early on.
Also, a little trivia on Anra9. He is actually so far undefeated with both the Yone and the Lucian. 2 games so far, one on both champions and in their past games, though it's pretty much understandable because most of their games has been, full of wins, and the only loss they actually had in terms of series is against Nova Esports. So, take that as you will, but it's still Anran being a key player here on the side of KBG is kind of like the baby caps here, the baby faker on the side of the League PC version. But in Wild Rift, he is trying to be just serve so much potential on the side of KBG, being hyper aggressive, putting up so many different champions in the mid lane, being as creative as he can to help the team as well, and be as unpredictable in the mid lane too. And I think OMG needs to have a proper reading onto him, especially with this matchup right here in this series. OMG just needs to be able to track down KBG in general and try to resist their forces, because they're going to be looking for plays. One of the reasons why they were able to dominate the other teams is not only just because of their team fighting prowess, but also because of the angles they actually take into team fights. Most of the time, they really just catch other members of the opposing team off guard and just take them down, full on a big blow onto them.
Exactly. And you have to be really careful not to let that happen to you, especially, if you want to keep your place in the standings here, which KBG definitely want to. They don't want to give OMG, that chance to even up the scores, to give themselves another win here and kind of prove that they belong in this fight still. So, we shall see when the game comes up which team is better prepared today. But, from what we've seen so far, I do think that, if you allow me to predict a little bit, I think that KBG has just a little bit better of a chance in this matchup. They have just been a lot more consistent than OMG at the moment. But, you can never be 100% certain here.
Well, I think I would argue that a little bit. I think KBG right now, if we're gonna be seeing the polls later on, I can already predict that most of the people would be voting on the side of KBG, given their massive performance. They're also, just one of the best teams right now in the Chinese region. Just dominating most of the tournaments that they actually join in, just like the Huya the Legends Cup 2023, the WRL. They landed on both of the tournaments first place, even in the Huya the Legend Cup last year. So it's just a dominating performance overall by KBG. I think the only struggle they do experience is just on some of the games in the group stages. They kind of start slow a little bit, tempo themselves, read the other teams first, and the scary thing about them is their ability to actually adapt. And within the tournament, they're able to just morph themselves into this unstoppable team towards the playoffs and just dominate all the games there.
Yeah, so will they be able to keep that train going at the moment and really herald in that performance coming into playoffs? We shall see as soon as we load into this game. Through of course, the very first part of it is going to be the fight for side, a 1v1 between two players from each team, and they will be on Howling Abyss. First to 2 kills will be.
There's also the walk.
Yeah, the walk of course, before they take up arms against each other. And we have seen some really cool entrances coming out in this week. I think this was the week of the hammer coming out as well. I think last week right? We saw the katana, right?
Oh yeah, we saw the katana last week. It was really entertaining to see, and hopefully we do see it again actually this week, because I really love that pose. I hope they bring more stuff into the stage, especially every time we do see a Chinese versus Chinese team, because that's the only time so far that we're going to be seeing both the teams, or both the members of the teams, actually there on the stage, because APAC teams are playing from their own camps at the meantime, in their very own respective regions, and it's not as entertaining actually. Still relatively entertaining, but not as entertaining as if they are actually on the stage, right?
Exactly. And we will get there. Because whoever places in the top 2 of both the APAC and the Chinese conferences will be, transported to China for the playoffs. And that's going to be a very, very big thing that these APAC teams are going to be fighting over. So far, it has been a little bit of a slaughterhouse whenever the Chinese teams go up against the APAC teams. It's just that China seems like they have such a firm grasp on the meta that you know, the APAC teams are still trying to completely figure out and really try to take China at their own game. So it is going to be an interesting route that we're going to be taking in this second match of the day.
Do you know that Andran actually has the most champions? Just a small trivia. Do you know that Andran actually has the most champions used in the mid lane so far in the tournament? Count it actually with me. He used the Katarina. He used Jace. He used Fiora. He used already a Lucian. He used a Gwen already, an Akali, and again a Yone. So that is a total of 8. I'm not mistaken, 7, 8 champions used in a mid lane. Wow. That's a lot more. You can't pinch this man. You cannot pinch this man. Basically saying you can ban a champion for me because I have the whole champion pool ready to be used in the mid lane. And I think maybe OMG, their approach against KBG, maybe it should be focused more onto the Baron lane. Maybe to try and at least pincer KG, because KG is really aggressive in the laning phase. But I think he mostly strives or mostly shines when he actually gets his hands on champions like Riven and the Fiora. And his counterpart actually on the side of OMG is really impressive as well. White Cat, and a small trivia onto him as well. When he gets his hands on the Camille, he is an absolute demon, absolute monster in not only laning phase, but massively in team fights. He gets the right angles at the right time into the right targets. That is how precise he actually is in just being there for the team. And in most of the games that OMG actually had, most of the wins, he was the MVP as well. Whenever he gets his hands on the Camille, he is the MVP. He is the god of Camille so far on the side of OMG.
Yeah, but that does beg the question, will KBG specifically target him out? Because that is an easy way to ensure that, you know, your opponent is on the back foot and they have to kind of adjust, is when you take out one of their most comfortable, most powerful champions, and that might be happening here. Let's take a look at what's happening on the stage.
在将由 OMG 对战 KBG， 今天对 OMG 来说无疑是一场困难的比赛。当面对来自 WRL 的冠军队伍 KBG 时，我相信 OMG 一定会拿出100%的精力来应对挑战。而一直以来保持好状态的 KBG 能否在今日再添一胜，让我们拭目以待。接下来让我们欢迎 Oh My God 以及 Keep Best Gaming。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Alora. Today's second match will be OMG versus KBG. Today is undoubtedly a difficult match for OMG when facing the champion of WRL2. I'm sure OMG will give 100% energy to meet the challenge. And whether KBG, which has been in good form, can get another victory today, let's wait and see. And now it's time to welcome Oh My God and Keep Best Gaming.
Let's go.
管你黑牛白牛，到沈阳来，准没你好果子吃。
看你们比赛也就图一乐，真看比赛还得是我们 KBG。
I understood KBG.
Yeah, same. That's all we got here.
That's all we got. They said KBG, so maybe it's something like nobody can beat
OMG.
KBG.
OMG, it is a lot more simple. I mean, oh my god. KBG, though, keep best gaming. What do you think that means? They keep doing their best whenever they game.
And all of their games.
Yeah, that's right.
首先有请双方单人路选手登场。In the solo lane, OMG, White Cat, KBG, KG.
This matchup is something that I actually really am looking forward to.
In the jungle, OMG, 应岩 KBG, DAT.
That's on in Yan. Gonna be coming out. And
katana?
yes, Enyan, he's
Oh,
got that
yeah.
katana. He's ready to slice
下面有
dice
请
it
双
up.
方
Maybe
中路选手
indicative
登
of a
场。
Yone pick
In
here.
mid lane, OMG,
But that Tom
SMK,
looks
KBG,
really happy to
安然
be there. Just like his picture, seems like a really jolly guy.
Again, one of the highest potential
下面有请双方
mid
射手登
laners
场。
right now. The
In the
TN
duel lane,
confidence,
OMG,
Anran
晚安 one,
being on the
KBG,
stage.
小马。
Goes well.
最后有请双方辅助登场 ，and support
True.
OMG, Monster, KBG, UU。
Youngwa as well. Monster and UU finally taking up the last slots. The supports of their respective teams, the guys who make the plays happen and keep
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the well.
We saw UU just going with the AOT pose. Give your heart. And they do give their heart here in this game. Just performing as best as they can. Keep best gaming.
Sir.
Maintaining a solid 3-game win streak so far. Their only loss in the series is against Nova Esports. And OMG, they have been struggling against other Chinese teams. So this can be their chance to redeem themselves. 1-on-1. And Anran9 actually going to be playing here in the fight for side. Interesting.
Very, very interesting indeed. The 1 and the 9. Who's going to come out on top? Which number is better? All will be answered when we get into the Howling Abyss for fight for side. And as a reminder, if you guys didn't know, this is the part of the show where 2 players from either team, yet on the Howling Abyss in a 1v1 format, first to 2 kills gives their team the privilege and the honor of having the side selection priority for the rest of the match. So it is a pretty decently sized advantage there. Of course, you gotta send out your best men to take that first step into the rift.
So far, Andran actually has 2 wins and 1 lose in the fight for side, only losing against Yize in day number 1 in the fight for side. Meanwhile, look at 1-on-1. So far in all of the games, he actually has just played once here for the fight for side in OMG, and the last time he actually played was last Sunday as well. He lost against Yezi in the Yone versus Yone matchup, so it's just going to be trying to redeem himself in this game, in this fight for side. Lucian versus Diana. Gonna be the matchup here. Range advantage for 1-on-1, but has to keep his, eyes on Anran9 as he engages.
Exactly, because Anran9 is not going to, let up just because he's a melee champion. Diana, very, very good at surviving, and that unexpected burst that can just happen if you're not careful, if you're not paying attention to when she engages, when she gets that moonlight on you. You have to be very careful. And when level 5 hits, it just gives Diana so much combat efficiency because she can ult the Lucian, CC him out of a culling. It really depends on the timing here for both 1-on-1 and Anran9. There you go.
1-on-1 and Anran. I prefer calling him Anran at times. Then when things get really spicy, I like calling in the 9 as well, because at times he does pose a 1 versus 9 moment, especially when he just shines in a team fight. Again, this player has been one of the best mid laners so far, or contending to be the best mid laner in the whole world. Again, the Chinese region has been dominating so far the whole of Wild Rift, and their level of skill set is just on a different dimension. So far in our CN to APAC scoreline, it's still a little bit down because of the loss a while ago by BRU. The score is actually now 2-13. 2 wins for APAC after the win of Naos and NGX against Rare Atom and Trace Esports, and Chinese teams have won 13 times. Really one-sided so far.
Not looking too good for the APAC teams. It's really because China as a competitive server is so much more cutthroat than the other Southeast Asian servers and the other APAC servers, other than I would say Korea. KT Roaster is incredibly cutthroat there. They maybe have a chance of winning against a Chinese team, but so far Anren 9 being a little bit cautious here. Immediate ignite there from 1-on-1, just to let Anren 9 that he is in charge of the lane at the moment.
Yeah, just maximizing the early instance damage. The first contact here by both 1-on-1 and Anran. So I'll give it a range advantage. We can expect 1-on-1 to actually dictate this early pace of the game. And Anran will just try to stall things out until level 3 or level 5 perhaps. Given this huge wave, Anran should be able to reach level 3 as 1-on-1 is just attempting to get a couple of damage into the tower, respecting simultaneously the pressure or the potential engage here by Anran.
Yeah, they really have to be careful here because while Anran is being bullied right now, he is going to be able to go in like that and get out just very quickly if he wants to trade like that. And 1-on-1 has to respect that potential damage. Otherwise, Anran will just surprise him with a burst later on.
Oh yeah, burst not only from Anran, but with 1-on-1 as well. Look at the damage he is dealing actually here onto Anran. Relatively high ignite to stop the sustain. Oh, that is just so cheeky.
Very cheeky indeedy. But Anran 9, will he get dove right here? 1-on-1 trying to thread the needle, get that piercing light to get onto Anran. And he needs to do this before Anran can hit 5 before he gets the ultimate. Otherwise, he's going to survive. And there it is. The big burst comes through Anran 9. He follows up with an ignite and he gets the first kill there onto 1-on-1.
This is why you should respect Anran any time in the game, because he can just go without surprises, and we can't help but be unsurprised anymore from those kinds of plays coming from Anran.
Yeah.
Because he's just that guy. He's just that guy that just goes in and already with a calculative move able to get that reset onto his dash. And 1-on-1 simply did not expect the total damage that Anran is going to be dealing right at him.
And now that Anran has his ultimate, it's going to be even easier for this Diana to start to make the way into 1-on-1's circle to try to outplay him. Because 1-on-1 does not have the culling yet. He will have it in just a little bit. He does have it now. Anran 9 though still has to be very careful because he is a melee champion. 1-on-1 has the advantage if he just plays the range game right and pokes Anran 9 down. As he has been doing. See 1-on-1 now being incredibly careful not to get in the zone of Anran 9.
Yeah, Moonfall is available here for Anran 9. Is going to be looking to, get that proper engage. Calling. Just for the poke.
Got hit. He's going to get jumped on, but no Moonfall. He's going to get dodged out. The exhaust though will keep him in. Anran 9 takes a tower shot. He gets ignited, but it's not hot enough to take him out. The Lucian though wants a second chance. 1-on-1 trying to go for another one, but he won't find the kill.
Anran was just so cheeky there. He knew that he can actually just go in and out. Took a turret shot though, so has to play it out a little bit safer than usual, I guess. But I mean, it's Anran. He doesn't play safe. He plays very calculated, maximizing his damage output and maximizing as well his safety. Just knows how to actually manipulate everything into the game. 1-on-1 seems to be a little flustered there. Saw him just having some hand gestures there onto the coach, and
yeah, seems to be a little bit frustrated. He does get tagged up there, wastes the collie, so now Anran 9 has a very safe couple of seconds to just try to threaten one-on-one with a dive, because he could definitely do that. His ultimate should be available once again. One-on-one needs to be super, super careful not to get tagged up here by Anran9. But it could happen at any time. One-on-one has to be very, very respectful now.
And that's the thing, right? You don't know when Anran actually will strike. You just know he will. And the 1-1 is just constantly being forced to keep his distance. But he should be the one being aggressive, because in time, Anran is just going to be able to build items and just will be able to easily burst down this Lucian. Sudden death doesn't look good as well with the Lucian versus the Yana matchup. Because again, lesser space equals more potential here for Anran to just work around.
100%, and Anran does not really want to give one-on-one anything for free right now. One-on-one running a little bit low on mana, but will it matter a little bit? As Anran is just going to go back. They should be getting their probably final items. The circle, the ring of fire, will be closing around them very soon. They are nearly level 9. So Anran has to close this out quickly. Otherwise, you know, this Lucian will just start to take up so much space in the final circle.
Yeah, Anran actually doing so much good job defending his tower for so long, despite the range advantage in 1-1. We don't really see him actually taking control. It's mostly Anran. That just shows so much. Oh, every crescent attack there is just chunking down 1-2 bars of 1-on-1.
One-on-one forced to go back here, but he bashes into the culling. He tries to get onto Anran9, but Anran has got the shield, and one-on-one wastes his ult there for really not much. Now he's forced to stay. Anran9 may have the opportunity here. He tags him up and he gets out to one-on-one. There it is. The Moonfall has fallen onto one-on-one, and another dash comes in, and he gets the auto attack to finish off the Lucian. Anran9 2-0 gives KBG side selection priority.
Oh yeah, we can expect less from Anran. Just an absolute monster, and one was like, yeah, I tried, and it's just on a different level. One-on-one, you cannot win against Anran9. You have to be extra creative. 5v5, that will be the case though, as now KBG will have side selection priority, and just like discussed earlier, we did see KBG having most of their wins on red side, so maybe they will prefer to be on the red side. OMG though, being on blue side or winning more on blue side can be something that KBG is looking out for as well. But again, I think we do see our announcement as well. KBG picking red side in this game.
They like that red side quite a bit. And I mean, looking at how KBG has liked to play, their red side is very, very favorable. They really, really know how to draft when they are on red side. They have gotten so many net positive drafts when they take that red side first. So maybe that is just their good luck charm. OMG though, definitely partial to that blue side themselves. So, you know, kind of even into this pick and ban phase.
I'm just gonna throw this information out there, but OMG, one of the reasons why they were able to win on blue side is because Whitecat actually gets his hands on the Camille. In the games that they have won against APAC teams, the Camille was actually let open, particularly Nigma Galaxy, and Whitecat just abused that. And against Chinese teams, Camille is one of the most banned champions, and it never becomes open coming from a red side team for that particular reason. Yeah, and KBG, they just know what to do. First ban, Camille.
Yeah, you are not going to give OMG the chance of that Camille. Wildcat just, as you said, an absolute monster, a demon. Well, that Camille, speaking of demon, Aatrox's not going to make it into here as well. The only champion, I believe, to still maintain a 100% pick ban percentage. Every single game, he's either been banned or picked in the Wild Rift League ages so far. Nautilus now following in the banned list from OMG. That does open up quite a few things here for both sides. I mean, Zoe is still seeing the light of day. Santa will be banned out, so it could be a little bit of a Zoe angle. You could first pick the Jace, but the Gragas for Monster here on OMG.
Yeah, Gragas is a good pick from OMG. You would want to deny that champion as well onto UU, because when he gets his hands on the Gragas, he's just gonna be setting a place for KBG. He got an MVP once as well with this champion, and OMG just really wants to take it away from him right now. And Ziggs gonna be used here by Xiaoma, and he has played Ziggs a lot of times already. Trying to count how many Ziggs how many times he actually used Ziggs, and I'm counting already 8 games that he used this champion.
Wow.
And only suffering 2 losses from it, and one of those was actually when they're battling against Nova Esports, one against Thunder Talk as well, but all the other games, one-sided beatdown.
And that is just it for Xiaoba. I mean, his prowess on the Mad Bomber Ziggs is nothing to scoff at here. Yone as well getting picked up for Deton probably. This Garen, will it go in the top lane or in the mid lane? We shall see, because there has been trends of that Garen, you know, heading over in the mid lane, though it hasn't always worked out. It is an option, though. The Gwen here for OMG, as well as the Wukong, looking pretty strong, at least in the later stages of the game when Gwen has had time to kind of scale up and start to shred everybody like paper. Bans coming out though, Galio for OMG and Jax for KBG. Zed following as well. Akali's still up though.
Yeah, and you know, KBG is picking these champions right now, the Yone, the Garen, but given Andran's just having to use almost all of them, you can't really determine which champion he's actually going to be using here in this game. It would depend on the later picks of KBG, and the Braum, well, it's going to be a new one here. I wonder if they're going to be locking it in, because
that would be very
this champion is a 50-50. Yeah, it's kind of like a 50-50, and I think it's only KBG as well that actually picks up the Braum, and they used it once. I believe they used that champion once already against Nova Esports, though it didn't turn out to be a win. But I think it's still going to be a nice angle that KBG is looking to have in this game, especially against OMG.
That is very possible, though. One-on-one will be picking up the karma, so that KBG will need to deal with a lot of utility from the side of one-on-one, and a lot of damage from the Jace, from the Wukong, from the Gwen. And KBG, their final pick in the jungler, Daton going on that Kha'Zix. Now, this has been a little bit of a 50-50 pick as well, because Kha'Zix, a feast or famine champion. If you are not feasting, you are in famine, and it's so easy for Inyan, say, on Wukong to kind of just match the pressure from Daton and keep him from actually getting ahead here, and that seriously impedes the Kha'Zix from being a big threat in the mid to late game.
It also is the first time or second time that Daton will be able to use this champion, and so far he actually hasn't gotten any wins with the Kha'Zix just yet. The one time he used this before was against Nova Esports, game number 3, and most of the time it was actually denied from him because Long really loves that champion as well. And now as he uses it, let's see if it's gonna be putting a big impact into this game. Again, KBG likes to just be explosive in all of their games. They're going to be playing around KG, playing around Anran, just having Shama be the stable pillar as well in this game. OMG, they have been struggling against Chinese teams. This is their chance to prove everyone wrong and prove that they can actually stand even against the toughest and the strongest Chinese team.
Will OMG be able to do it, or will KBG continue their dominance here? They've only lost one match at the very start of their run, and they want to keep that momentum going in OMG. They got a lot to prove, chip on their shoulder after losing to both J-Team and EDG. So, all that being said, both these teams going to be a little bit quiet at first in the early phases of the game. Although there is a little bit of an attempt here at the life of White Cat, he's going to be taken down low to about 15% HP.
A slight edge there, a little bit. Again, it's just the early game. Range advantage as well here by SMK, and well, it is a Jace being really prioritized by the Chinese team, and we actually do see the difference between Chinese players using the Jace compared to the APAC teams.
Yeah.
We can actually describe the Chinese teams using the Jace as a pseudo ADC. We rarely see them actually just diving in with the into the skies, and it is very risky to do that actually. So the way that Chinese players actually use the Jace is pretty much like an ADC, trying to create some space as much as possible, relying on the pokes and not just recklessly going in, because Jace is one of those champions that actually has really good engage but doesn't have any disengage except for the hammer strike.
Yeah, except for the hammer strike to knock him back, and that does not save you from getting slowed and getting chased after the fact. So SMK definitely will have his work cut out for him, especially with a Braum that can just absorb those accelerated shock blasts with his big boy shield. So already we can see OMG trying to set up a dive or something here in top lane onto KG, but they are not fully committing yet because Yu has made his way into the fray, keeping KG safe from the 3-man up here at the top lane.
Ignite was used as well just for the additional pressure. But again, KG just gonna be stable there in the top lane. One of the ways that OMG was actually able to win their games is through White Cat. And I think they're trying to bank on that as well here against KBG, knowing that he can actually, you know, outplay later on some of the members of KBG using the Gwen. And I think that is a good take here. So far, he actually is undefeated with the Gwen. So far, used it once against J-Team, and it actually helped them win game number 2 against them. Though the series was a loss, it was a nice take, nice information to have actually heading down towards this game. And it's going to be looking to have that same, if not better performance as well, with a synergy of Inyan with the Wukong.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Inyan is going to be a big part of OMG's victory, but they just aggress onto the Kazakhs. That's hot is thrown away, but he does survive. Agra re-engages now, comes in, knocking people up. The Braum as well comes in. There's Basil, and there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. The Gragas will fall. That is the kill for Datad, and he is starting the feast protocol on the Kazakhs.
So that is a red buff in exchange for a kill onto their support. Not really the best trades here for OMG. And they do get that they want to stall the farming of the Ton, but I don't think that is a risky gamble to actually have, especially against KBG. They immediately got punished, and what we see here in the replay, they don't really have that much damage to actually continue into the team fight. Yu was there. KG had a nice flank or nice blockage there towards White Cat, and just that Fate sealed into the Garen ult. Gets that kill for their side. Now they're up a bit of gold against OMG.
Yep, KBG fighting a way to bring themselves into the driver's seat of this fight. You know, they are just a force to be reckoned with here for OMG, because they really have very few ways to deal with KBG in the early game before they're able to scale up. Yu showing himself down there, SMK knowing that you know, he has to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more on his toes here, but he will be fine. And then 9 not super interested in scrapping against the JSAT's 1 level up.
KBG, I don't think they are gonna be being all that aggressive in this early game. They know that scaling game is suiting much better for them right now. It's up to the angles they actually can take. The Ton is one of those champions that can just find even the slightest of opportunity. Same as Anran. It's going to be an exchange.
There it is, the Glacial Fissure coming through. Yu trying to deny that dragon, but Inyan is able to secure it, and he's going to get out scot-free. OMG just taking a trade of objectives where they can find it. So KBG will be getting quite a lot more value from those turret plates.
Oh yeah, I mean, they have the Zig, so RH is much more of a priority for them. Mid lane tower now is very vulnerable. 1 more plate and Xiaoma will have his smile in his face, taking that tier 1 tower down. Again, so far the fastest tower takedown that we have seen actually is 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And though I forgot what game was that, but it was definitely a Chinese versus APAC team, unfortunately. KBG not gonna be able to do that so far, but tier 1 tower already chunked down very low.
Oh yeah, and now Anran, he is not gonna fall for this little bit of a bait. He knows that monster is there, so he's just gonna keep them where he can see them. You can come in here to support him if anything goes awry. I don't think SMK knows that the Braum is waiting there in the bush. Is he going to go for the engage now? Yu comes in even further into the lane. That's just the price that he pays for keeping the Yone alive. That's Han now invading the enemy jungle, trying to get some vision on where the monkey is. 1-on-1 and Monster, maybe in a little bit of trouble here if they choose to engage hard. There is that Ton coming in. There's the isolation. He forces the flash, and there's the Mega Inferno Bomb. 1-on-1 getting taken down to 15%, but he's not done yet as Monster is there to keep him safe.
And look at that, how scary what that situation actually was. If 1-on-1 actually didn't flash immediately, the Mega Inferno Mob would deal enough damage actually to take him down, because Daton would be able to at least land those spikes and an auto attack onto him. And now,
that's true. Now Yu having the engage here. They do use the explosive cast to get away from Daton, and Yu. Xiaoma was there to lay down the law as well, along with his bombs. But so far, KBG, they do just want to risk it for this turret. The satchel charge will give Xiaoma another big smile on his face. The first turret to fall goes to KBG.
We kind of expected that to happen already, but kudos to OMG. They were able to stall it as much as possible. Now comes the question, when will OMG actually get the tier 1 tower of KBG? Because again, it's just the most important tower. It's your chance to actually have access towards the blue and red side jungle of your opposing team. And if you don't get it in time, it's very difficult to actually get close towards the nexus of your enemy team. Even if you get that bot lane, if you get that top lane, if mid lane stands strong, it's just so difficult to maneuver across the map. And KBG, they already unlocked theirs. They're starting to gold lead as well, a little over 1,500 gold as they stay efficient as much as possible. Dragon is going to be coming up later on, but the RH is a little bit earlier. And knowing KBG, they just want to take everything.
Yeah, KBG, if they can get away with it, they will try to make a play for it. And that is kind of what they live by playstyle wise. Will OMG be able to stop them from taking control of all of the river, of stifling the macro for OMG. Only time will tell because they haven't really even gotten a kill onto KBG yet. They've just been so careful. That accelerated shot blast though will find Datan taking him down a little bit, just a little peg. Xiaoma is there. He will be harassing with the bombs. So this could be a very deadly game of chicken if Inyan's not able to get the steal off.
That hurts. Datan felt that coming from 1-on-1, and he was like, okay, we'll back off from the RH for now. We'll just wait for the dragon, so maybe we can trade it up. Or another better idea, KBG can force a fight against OMG in that dragon pit, because they know that if OMG dies onto them, they actually have the Braum to just defend and even cast in the Glacial Fissure to slow the members of OMG. And they realize that recalls coming in, even from KG. They really want to contest this dragon.
This has to be the fight that they take right now. OMG is there first though. KBG though, Anran is there. A monster taken down a little bit low though. He won't be a big threat at the moment though. You use at least in the front line here for KBG, and they have started the dragon, but that's Todd taking quite a bit of damage from the Karma Mantra Q. Anran's there too. He has his tornado ready, but no commitment here from KBG. They want to pick off first as OMG make their way to the bottom of the first. Anran 9 has been engaged onto by White Cat. Inyan though may have been baited into the turret, and as they fight in, Monster now is the target. The Glacial Fissure will catch him out and take him down, and that is another big ult with the Mega Inferno bomb. White Cat though is going to be taken down low. He's gonna try to shred with his scissors, but will this recall be interrupted by KG? He's gonna go in, and he does. He stalls it enough for the Fade Seal to come in, and Anran 9 gets another kill onto the Gwen for himself. Another one of OMG falls. Inyan may be the next, but not before he gets one for himself. Datan now, the isolation damage on this Kha'Zix will be really good, but KG's the one who gets there first. Datan at least secures the kill, and now they will get this turret as well.
Wow, that's 5 kills in exchange for 1. And they did get the dragon. They did get the tower as well. That is a massive swing of gold to KBG and Monster. I mean, he will be able to survive, but it's already done here for KBG. Check out how they actually were able to do that, because Inyan actually went too deep onto Inyan. Monster got caught out, and OMG was just not ready for that fight. And KBG, they realized that they were fully aware of the situation. They know as well that they can just dive since they have KG on the Garen. And it was a really easy situation for them. Fate Seal onto the back line, killing the Gwen. SMK tried to retaliate. Inyan as well with a punish because of 1-on-1 snaring one down. But at the end of that, as Datan joins in, it's just an inevitable conclusion of that fight. They got the dragon, they got the tower, they got 5 kills, and just basically everything that OMG wanted to not give them.
Exactly, and you gotta feel bad a little bit for that sort of circumstance here. And unfortunately, OMG just were not able to match the same pressure from UU in those team fights. So now they're gonna get engaged on once again by Anran and UU at the same time. They will be out of there fine though. Low, there's a begging for the bomb, catches Monster, and then into the jump into the reset from Datan. What a snipe! Look at that damage coming in from Ziggs.
Oh man, KBG just being as efficient as we thought they would be. It's pretty much standard KBG that we're seeing right now. OMG just gotta get caught out.
Another opportunity here, 1-on-1 already low, but he's able to get out of there with the shield. Inyan, his clone, takes the brunt of the aggro, and he's out of there. But OMG, they're stuck in their jungle. Anran 9 is gonna be coming around the corner. Will they meet again? Because the mid lane should be the target here for White Cat on the Gwen. Well, the Baron, it is melting very fast, and Inyan will try to go here for the steal. He will not be able to get it. That top secures it. There's the Fate Seal, though, sealing the fate of a couple of more members of OMG. SMK may be the next, but there's a Justice to seal the fate of one. SMK now, he has a big shield, and it will pay off, at least for now. He's still on the ropes. He's still fighting back. SMK, just a sliver of health. The difference between him and the Grave. KBG, though, they only lose 1, 4-3.
Well, yeah, the Thon got a little bit too greedy there and was met with both SMK and 1-on-1. But the way that KBG drew attention towards this Baron was just so good. They know that they can just take the fight against OMG. The Fate Sealed was just immaculate coming from Anran. And he even went in once again despite being very low. The Thon was a little bit overzealous. KG was not yet in the area, and that allowed some of the members of OMG to actually fall back. But they did get the tower again, an inner turret against OMG, and the 7,000 gold lead a while ago. Look at it, 11 now, 11k gold lead.
Big bucks and big money moves coming in here for KBG. They really want to secure this first game for themselves, and they're gonna do it, you know, whatever it takes. That's Han very quickly just invading the jungle. Boom, another big engage there, 1-on-1. Gotta get jumped on, and that's done. Inyan now very low. The Kazakhs resets are gonna be there, though. He's gonna get cycloned. He won't be able to secure the kill yet onto Inyan as he goes back in. The cyclone will not be able to secure the Kazakhs for him, but Monster is gonna be coming in. Now he gets the body slam, but will it be enough damage onto the Nexus? Yes, it will, before anybody else has to die. KBG take the first game of the series.
You kind of expected this to happen. KBG just a one-sided beatdown against OMG. And we saw that being executed as cleanly as it gets. KBG just an absolute monster in the game, and there was almost zero resistance coming in from OMG, despite the attempts there of SMK, Enyan, and even White Cat, who just didn't see any sort of chance for them to actually retaliate effectively against KBG. Anran was an absolute beast. The Mega Inferno Bombs of Shama was massive, and we just can't see why Shama is just really good on this. Again, 8 times he used this and only losing a single game with this Ziggs. So whenever he gets his hands on the Ziggs, it's just an absolute bloodfest. Absolute monstrosity for the whole of KBG. And Anran, again, will just have another score on his Yone. Now 3-0, undefeated with this champion as well. The plays that he made, very immaculate. That last Fate Seal, just so good to check down OMG and nail that final blow.
Yeah, and it was just a beauty to watch. KBG, a masterful performance there, especially with Xiaoma on that Ziggs, just being so annoying and being that real poker that they needed, because White Cat and Inya really weren't able to make any inroads, just because Xiaoma kept it up at the base so hard. He gave Daton, you know, all of that space to be able to do what he needs as a Kha'Zix. And Anrid as well, just nigh untouchable on that Yone.
Oh yeah. He's just too good with this champion. It was actually a really one-sided game. 14 kills, only losing 2 people the whole of the game. OMG just can't get any angle into game number 1, despite White Cat having his hands on the Gwen, despite the combination with the Wukong as well of Indian. Again, that duo, the Gwen Wukong, was actually a combination that they used in a game they won against J Team, and Indian was the MVP at the time. But in this case against KBG, it just wasn't enough to actually take them down. They need a better draft. They need a better execution even to actually fully utilize the draft, because it was basically almost the same lineup. You know, Gwen, Wukong, even the Karma was picked up, and at most we saw just one really good Transcendent Embrace coming in from 1-on-1, but it wasn't for a teamfight engage. It was actually just for a disengage, because they got caught out in that blue side jungle of Enyan a while ago, and they managed to escape without any casualties. But in terms of teamfight, it's just more clean on the side of KBG.
Yeah, it gets very difficult for OMG to kind of step to the same kind of team fighting prowess that KBG has. And of course, Anran, very good performance, definitely deserves this MVP. 6-0-4 on that Yone, just an absolute terror to go against. And well, if OMG cannot find a way to take him out or focus him down, it's going to be a very, very tough road for them coming into the rest of this series.
Yeah, you really have. There's a lot to absorb here for OMG. Who do you actually try to take down? Do you focus on KG, Datan, the Anran, Xiaoma? It's going to be really difficult. They're back on the drawing board. Game is not done yet, but they really have to work for game number 2.
Exactly, and we will be back with a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We are still in match number 2 of Wild Rift League Asia season, regular season 2023. We'll be back for more.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will...
And we return, ladies and gentlemen, with Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is Jitan Kabanachi, with me is Giyang, and for the day, this is our second game in our second match. Will KBG sweep 2-0, or will OMG bring us to game number 3?
Well, that game number 3 is still unlikely as of that game number 1 performance, but let's see if OMG can actually surprise us in game number 2, because so far it has been just a one-sided beatdown by Keep Best Gaming, and they have been, keeping the best form in this series right now. And Andran, which is an absolute beast on the One, again, just another MVP for him, another win to up his scoreline in the multiple champion that he does possess with absolute certainty to perform just an absolute best in his form. And now as OMG gets in this game number 2, I wonder what side they are going to be in. Red side this time. So
red side. All right.
Not really their highest performance and based on side selection, but They at least put KBG on blue side as well.
They haven't won there yet. OMG on the red side. But KBG, they have at least a 50% win rate on the blue side, so this could still be going the way of KBG as long as they're careful with their drafting. They're not going to let that Yone come through. They're not going to let that Aatrox come through as well. The Shen will be banned out here from the side of OMG, and of course, no Camille. You don't want KG first pick that into White Cat because that just narrows the options so much. Although there are a lot of still very viable options available. Senna has not been touched yet. Zoe has not been touched yet as well in the bans here. Renekton if you need an early game Baron laner. But Gwen not gonna make it out of the ban phase as well.
So I love the respect of KBG still on the White Cat's Gwen. And it does come through, especially even if that game was a one-sided beatdown, we can't help but recognize the potential of White Cat just turning things around, especially if KBG will use the Ziggs. Because Gwen is actually one of those champions that can be used whenever there's a Ziggs, there's a Jace. All those pokes just can be negated by the Gwen itself with just that mist to avoid all of the projectiles, all of the attacks. And SMK will get his hands on the Akali. And yeah, this is gonna be interesting because I'm gonna be looking forward to this because we haven't really seen SMK use the Akali and transition it into a win. The last time he actually used this was during day number 4 against EDG, and they lost both of those games. One game he used an Akali, but yeah.
Well, maybe he's gonna redeem himself here, although while Xiaoma will still be on that Ziggs, OMG, there are a couple of options left for them in the in the Dragon Lane department. There is the Zoe still up and available unless KG wants to focus their bans towards that. Jax will be taken off of the table here for OMG. They do not want to deal with a scaling monster, even though Fiora's already been picked up here. Most probably going to KG. But yeah, now gotta be pinching one-on-ones champion pool here. The Varus gone.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't want to give that Varus towards OMG, especially that KBG's draft is mostly going to be going in. Nautilus, the Fiora, most likely they are going to be banking on more champions that actually goes in. And so far, well, Jace is available here for both sides. Let's see if any of these teams are going to be getting it. Maybe OMG wants to get their hands on that champion and put it in the jungle. No, KBG says no. Nope. Not at all.
Nope, no Jace for you, but they still have the first pick in the second drafting phase. And Inya gonna be going on that Kha'Zix. Wants to show Datan that, hey, I can play Kha'Zix too, although Datan now going to be picking up the Monkey King himself, Wukong. A very comfortable champion for him. And yeah, Renekton, a good choice there for KG, especially if he's the one going up against the Riven.
Wow, okay, Fiora in the mid lane. Or, maybe Anran wants a different champion in the mid lane.
Yeah,
I mean, it's him. That can be possible. But I think it might just be the Crocodile in the Baron lane, as it is the stable pick. And just a small trivia here. Again, I do love trivia. Pardon me if I keep putting out those sudden information off the board. Indian actually used the Kha'Zix once so far in this whole tournament. I mean, he has 100% win rate on this champion so far. He used it against Nigma Galaxy in day 9 in their third game. And well, he didn't get that MVP because White Cat was just the absolute beast in that game. He made sure to have massive impacts nonetheless, and he's going to be trying to channel that same form and energy against KBG the most time they actually need it.
Yeah, and can they actually channel that that training, that energy because OMG have really not been performing as well as they should be here. But KBG, I mean, they have such a scary draft as well. Who is going to come out on top? Because OMG definitely are hungry to prove themselves here and bring us to game number 3.
Game number 3, still a bit of a foggy and dim situation here for OMG. But let's see if they can find the light here. Especially 1-1 on the Lux. Final Spark Global Ultimate. Will it land on the necessary targets here of KBG? Let's see. Because we do have a relatively low win rate on the Lux, honestly. And, well, since KBG did remove some of those champions that can be utilized against them, 1-on-1 has a big responsibility to actually make this champion work for them.
Yeah. And KG does want to make this Crocodile work as well versus White Cat's Ribbon. This is kind of a classic top lane matchup from the olden days. White Cat will be ahead in level 1, but then when level 2 comes around and level 3, the Renekton is just going to be very scary to deal with. SMK already taking a lot of damage and forced to back out very early on in the laning phase.
So far we actually have seen 5 games that the Lux was used, but only winning once. It was Weibo that won that game, and ooh, you use crowd control 14 seconds in that entire game. Longest control time as well. I do love that our backend staff are making these kinds of information that normally isn't counted, but it is a nice trip to actually have in the game. Just to,
they're really cool.
Just a bit of a brain teaser for us.
White Cat now gonna get teased into landing the dredge line, and he gets taken down very low. The ignite will not take him down, just surviving with a sliver of health. Monster there to keep him from succumbing, but KBG taking every single opportunity here that they can.
Yeah, that was an almost first blood, and that is why you should respect the Renekton and the Nautilus combination. The moment they set their foot in the battle lane, simultaneously, you have to disengage. Renekton is one of those strongest.
Here? They are 1 level each ahead of Monster and White Cat, and they can just proxy this up and demand that OMG notice them. There's a dredge line coming in, and White Cat maybe in a little bit of trouble. No, it's Monster who gets shredded down. He gets ignited, but the ignite will not take him out for now. He just barely survives again. That's on now there. They force White Cat back again, and they are denying so much from this Ribbon in terms of XP, in terms of money, in terms of just, you know, being able to stay in the lane and scale. There's so much that KBG are doing to keep OMG behind.
No kills, but 2,000 gold lead now in favor of KBG just because of the resources that they do get from the plates and the wave, and the resource they actually deny from White Cat as well. That is just supreme execution in the late game here. What more if they got both of the kills? Because, you know, White Cat and Monster almost died, just 1 tick away from the ignite.
Yeah, and now Anran in the mid lane should be a little bit careful because there are 3 enemies around him. Yeah, SMK is there. Yu though maybe in a little spot of bother for himself. He gets the death charge off to keep himself safe. The Lux ultimate trying to snipe him out will not happen. SMK now taking quite a lot of damage. He will miss the Shuriken, and Anran is able to protect his mid lane tower here.
Oh yeah, you have to protect it at all times, Ken. Mid lane is just the most important tower, but
yeah.
Anran on the Fiora.
It really opens up the map.
Oh yeah, Anran on the Fiora is just a really good flex pick that he used in here in the mid lane, and normally we don't actually see this being used in the mid, but it's just that person.
There's the dominance being popped. KG getting very froggy. White Cat getting a little spicy, very low now. But the flash of KG will keep him from getting put into harm's way with the explosive cask. And you can see how the Renekton domination is happening now here in the top lane.
Oh yeah. A quick reflexes as well by KG. Dodging the cask from Monster by a hairline. And it could have gone White Cat's way if he didn't use that flash, but still, being very stable nonetheless, maintaining aggression. And we see the amount of respect that OMG actually puts into that Baron laner just because it's KG.
Yeah. And KG, he is doing a fantastic job of soaking up all of that aggro, soaking up all of that attention, while the rest of KBG, see Xiaoma not even letting one-on-one and Monster walk into the lane for free. He is constantly testing, constantly throwing bombs in their direction and clearing that wave. UU as well, very opportunistic here. That Nautilus can engage from a mile away if he gets a very lucky dredge line here, and he will just engage onto Monster, force to flash off of the Gragas. There is the Mega Inferno Death Bomb, but it is not going to hit. No steal on this Herald, but White Cat almost bites the dust there. Again, now on the chopping block, forced to flash also as UU comes through and Monster is there. Inyan gets back with the accelerated back of the Rift Herald. A lot happening there, but no kills.
And at most, it's just OMG actually getting that Rift Herald for themselves without any harm. And that is as clean as it gets, actually, from the side of OMG. And now KBG should set their eyes onto this Ocean Drake. With their Herald, it's actually going to be pressuring them a little bit to be delayed in the response. Nice jump down as well. Damage onto the tower. And if you're OMG, you want to really deny that Herald.
There's a dredge line onto Monster. He will get the explosive cast onto 2, but that just brings it closer to his demise. And Inyan will be able to secure it, but the rest of the kills are going to be going into KBG's favor as SMK just barely gets away. Will UU? Yes, he will go for the depth charge, and the Ziggs will secure Xiaoma with the Mega Inferno Death Bomb, getting a bit of damage onto Inyan as well, but that's KBG taking any opportunity they can. White Cat now versus Anran. A little bit of a spar here in the mid lane, but there is the Sun coming up onto Anran 9. The shields are going to run out, and White Cat, the launch almost killed him, but Monster's now here on the backup as Anran 9 is forced to back away. 2 kills for KBG to 0 for OMG.
Oh yeah, it's the necessary trade that KBG really wants to have in this game to up their gold lead, because they lost that Ocean Dragons. It's just because of Monster's cast. That ulti was just so useful to prevent the Ton from being able to reach the dragon in time, and Enyan had the better smite in that as well, helping them scale up and also deny that early full potential of an aggression here by KBG, because you don't really want to give the RH towards a team that has a Ziggs, because that will just be an easy tower takedown as much as possible. And KBG just trying to work around what they can have as of the moment. They still have 4,000 gold lead, especially because of how KG is just dominating top lane, especially after that early instance with the UU as well. So OMG is just trying to get a grip in this game as much as possible, banking on late game and banking on the chance, that slight chance that KBG might actually make a mistake.
Yeah, that time though, he's looking to make a big play instead of a mistake, and there is Monster getting knocked up and everything. He tries to make the explosive cast happen, but he will just fall down for free. That Tan using that opportunity to get one, but then Inyan as well responds on the other half of the map with White Cat. You and Xiaoma though looking to hunt for cats. Inyan may be coming through, but the satchel charge will take care of that tower. Now he jumps onto Xiaoma, but he gets stunned up by the Nautilus. There's the final spark coming in. It will not hit anyone. White Cat and Inyan are now very low. Xiaoma, he is on the hunt and he gets one. That time he comes through and another one is gone. SMK now on the chopping block. KG, he's got Dominus, but he will not stop SMK from getting that kill for himself.
Yeah, that was a fancy play by SMK, but still, net profit here for KBG. They got 2 kills and a tower in the bottom lane. So, 6,000 gold lead still. OMG still on the back rope. And generally just KBG having full access on everything. And that's what you actually want if you're KBG. It's just that KG got a little too greedy. diving it under the tower here against SMK. Andran just trying to pick up the slack there of KG, while the rest of the team is funneling down against the Rift Held. No final spark, stealing it. Yeah.
Yeah, KBG's that ton. Very on point with that smite. He will be just summoning it in the mid lane, trying to go for another turret, open up the map with the satchel charge. It will be a very, very quick tower. Now they're going to focus up onto SMK. That ton goes in, gets the cyclone, the knock up as well. But SMK is able to just dash out of the way. Monster is there to save his life and his bacon as well. Now Inyan though, a little bit greedy, counter jungling the red buff. Maybe looking for an angle into this bot lane.
10 minutes, 5,000 gold lead by KBG. And my only comment would be is that OMG is doing a really good job actually negating the full potential of KBG. Because if they actually weren't able to get that first RH, it could have been more explosive for KBG. This could have been 10,000 in 10 minutes based on how they are just playing this as of the moment. So despite, you know, being on the losing end, we can't help but commend OMG for their efforts all throughout the game. KBG is just making sure they recover towards their fullest potential again, since they know that they can just engage against OMG at any time they actually want, given the lead that they do have and given the trust they actually put onto UU. And we don't really see any damage coming in from one-on-one with this lock. So far, it's not really having that impact that they intend to have, and we do see it that way too.
Yeah, especially when compared to Shalma, who has been so effective. But there's a jump in from the Kha'Zix. He will get immediately CC'd and then taken down into the death by UU. That ton as well takes another one, but it's UU who secures the kill. Shalma now on the run. He will get killed. KG now, though, takes another one for the team. And SMK, he can't be seen, but it's fine because there's AoE. And that is another kill. A 4 for 2 for KBG and a free Drake.
Yeah, that's a massive swing. I want to commend Whitecat and SMK for that flag, but at this point in the game, it's just not that enough anymore. They already lost Enian, and they should have felt, you know, backed off already. But given the circumstances, I think all in is the only take here. Xiaoma had 4-man Mega Inferno Bomb in that, and despite the flank, despite engage of Enian and SMK to get the kill onto Xiaoma, they had like 3 people on top of them, and no way they can actually survive that with AG and Taton in the mix. So now it's just an absolute disaster here for OMG. So far, the Lux pick is just not that good here. There's a reason why most of the teams don't really like using the Lux. It's so difficult to actually execute. We do see more potential with the other mages, like the Karma.
Yeah, and you have to be pretty much perfect in your skill shots if you're a Lux, while, you know, other mages don't take as much skill to be able to do well with, just like, you know, Ziggs, just like Karma, just like Corki even, and a Lux is, you are kind of looking for that hard pick potential that your Light Binding can get, but one-on-one just has not been able to get in range to do that, especially because Xiaoma is just so cautious, and he keeps so much space because he is that Ziggs player. That, you know, is very scary at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's really hard to look at how OMG should be recovering now in this game. They don't really have an angle right now to actually contest KBG. Oh, maybe that's it.
Spark comes in. Xiaoma is a throw to safety, but not for long. Whitecat hunts him down, and this is going to be KBG re-engaging onto Whitecat. They will take that Riven down with the Ziggs that just got jumped on, but that's still a net positive for KBG. They have taken down 3 compared to just their 1. Now they're running to the Baron with the Monster on their tail. The Akali is there as well. SMK maybe looking for a steal, but this will be very risky. It's just a 4 versus 2. KG comes in onto Monster and SMK too.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough.
Oh, now they jump into OMG. There is 2 members knocked up into the air for free. The stasis will not make his life go any longer. KBG, they aced it basically.
Yeah, it's Well, it's technically an ace, but KBG, they're stalled away from the Baron still. And OMG, I think that's their only intention as of the moment. They're down 10k, they can't really fight. Flash with KG.
Flashed on. There's the Megan. Oh my god, look at one-on-one! His health just got decimated by one Mega Inferno Bomb.
And this is why normally you would want to deny a Riven when there is a Ziggs. Because one Mega Inferno Bomb can just be comboed with a Wind Slash, and that would be almost 80% damage dealt. Depending on how strong the Ziggs is. And yeah, that's just my statement here with the current meta. KBG just being so solid in this game. 10,000 gold lead in 15 minutes. Basically, deja vu here for OMG. They simply cannot resist the forces here of KBG, and
yeah, pretty much.
This game has just been a solid slow burn by KBG that OMG just can't extinguish right now, no matter how much they tried. And they tried, dear me, because they tried to engage onto Xiaoma a while ago. The dive coming in from Inyan and the follow-up by one-on-one was kind of effective, but not truly towards the team fight. And normally that's something that you're gonna be looking to have in a game. KBG is just prepared for anything that OMG throws right at them.
Yeah, and one-on-one at least, even if he's not able to really catch people as hard with his light bindings, at least he's able to contribute to that wave clear to keep Xiaoma from just sieging that tower and instantly taking it because he is a Ziggs. So, you know, there is that little bit of a bright side for OMG being able to stall here. But they're just pretty much pigeonholed into their base. They cannot go anywhere that KBG does not allow them to go into. So with Monster carousing there by the blue buff, he may be in a little bit of danger as Daton does spot him out, and the dredge line will miss. So the Cyclone doesn't hit, but SMK may be the target here. He's down to almost 20%. Anran 9, yeah, he's got to get out of there too.
The moment he used that
almost got a kill here on White Cat as well on the top lane.
Yep.
Those are happening
KBG dominance.
One-on-one, they get flashed on, and there's a Mega Inferno Bomb onto two. Sakto as Anran 9, he gets into stasis, but he will get away still. Inyan now, he is trying to get back into the fight, trying to re-engage along with one-on-one and SMK. But Anran is going to be a big presence here. Monster, though, he's still in the mix. He's not out yet. Yu comes in with Dredge Light Spider-Man. Nobody left behind as Monster goes in and goes blind. He gets taken out. The Grand Challenge has been issued. There's the healing field. And now Xiaoma needs to get out of there too. He needs to be on the back of this fight instead of the front as SMK goes down. And Inyan is trying to get out on foot, but no, he's going to get finished off as White Cat as well will be slaughtered here by Anran 9. That's a clean ace as well.
Clean ace, and Anran 9 didn't just get a double kill. They got a kill prior to that double kill, totaling to 3 kills. And KBG just one-sided beat down, a little bit delayed in this game due to that early game prowess of OMG, denying them from the RH and even the Dragon. But the end is still inevitable. KBG is just an absolute monster of a team, dominating whoever team that comes across them. And now they will get that 2-0 victory against OMG, still maintaining a solid scoreline right now, 4-1.
Yes, sir, 4-1. A very commanding victory here for KBG, keeping it best indeed. And this does bring them solidly up to, I think, number 3 in the ratings, because they have only just lost that one game at the very start of their run. But now, you know, they have proved that they are not afraid of anybody, least of all OMG.
Oh yeah, I mean, we kind of expected OMG to be on the back end of this game, especially with the momentum of KBG already towards this tournament. The teams they have beaten as well, and the struggle generally of OMG. We discussed earlier that OMG is the team that actually struggles against other Chinese teams, and they continue to really just struggle today. They weren't able to redeem themselves in that statement. Maybe in the next time, the next game that they will have, but as of today, they will have to be back on the drawing board for the meantime and re-strategize themselves. How are they going to be coming back into this tournament? How are they going to be able to recollect themselves and have a better performance against the other teams? Who did they actually target in the bans? Who did they actually focus in the game for their own teammates? Because in this game, we saw them a little bit scattered. Inyan was going too reckless against KBG. Whitecat gets dominated in the Baron lane. They couldn't deal with KG and UU whenever they tandem in the Baron lane and one-on-one on the Lux as well. Isn't really the best decision that OMG did in the drafting as well. They could have picked up the Karma. It was right there, but
true.
And it just wasn't their take. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that will be OMG kind of misreading that situation, and really great standard play coming in from KBG. I mean, Xiaoma just did so much. He got an early lead and just took it and ran. It became so obnoxious as that Ziggs, that threat of just chunking you down with his bombs from, half a screen away. And KG as well, 21,000 damage. That meant he was in the fight, most of the game. He was always in somebody's face on the side of OMG. And even that Ton, man, look at that, 4-0 and 10. A very difficult to deal with jungler. His presence is just so well expressed throughout all the plays on the map.
Oh yeah, and I actually want to commend you as well here in this particular game. Whenever he gets his hands on the Nautilus, the impact is just so obnoxiously high. And we saw it in the game, the early bullying that they did alongside with KG to cement that 2,000 gold lead without any kills. That is how just effective their lane bullying has been in the top lane to deny Whitecat from ever coming back in this game. We didn't even see him come back at all. Just because of that domination of KG, they had to swap SMK into the top lane just to have a chance for them to actually defeat KG in a 1v1. And they did at one point. The outplay of SMK was really nice. But it's primarily because KG just dove under the tower.
True.
But in a general state, in a bird's eye view, it's just KBG just outperforming OMG all throughout the game. And it will take a lot for OMG to actually bounce back. Hopefully they do. And as anticipated as well, you will just get this MVP. Again, massive performance.
Yeah, big presence from UU. I mean, he was just the linchpin of the engage for KBG for quite a long time in that entire match. I mean, both games, he was just a stalwart defender and initiator for his team. And KBG definitely are someone to look out for, with UU just kind of having to make people respect his Nautilus whenever he's around.
And a big respect generally towards KBG. Again, this is a team this is one of the best teams right now in the whole of WRL. And if you say it is the best team of the WRL, you mean it is the best in the whole world as of the moment. Again, first place in multiple tournaments ever since last year, and they're just looking to have a stable run here in this tournament. Only Nova Esports was able to defy them. No team yet was able to put them in a bit of a sweat of a game just yet. Every game has been stable, and let's see.
Yeah, because we have another match coming up soon, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, because it is going to be Woohoo Gaming versus Fennel up next after this short break. We'll be right back.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO3 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode. A combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's item items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In a highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Bear on Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and final.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia regular season 2023. My name is Ethan. Coming at you with me is Giyang, and we are now in our last match of the day. Fennel from Manila versus Woohoo Gaming. It's going to be a very intense matchup here.
Oh yeah, because Woohoo Gaming, they are coming up a loss against EDG, and it was a dominating game by EDG, but simply because it's EDG. And Woohoo Gaming, we find them actually struggling a little bit against the others Chinese team, particularly the really dominating teams like JT. But Fennel, they actually haven't really found their groove yet into this game. They battled against KT, it was 0-2. They lost against Weibo Gaming as well last Thursday, and they're just trying to, you know, break the bad start that they had. Again, this mid-weeks has been the storyline of redemption, and Fennel has been trying to get their ticket into redeeming themselves. So far, they haven't really found it, given the 2 series they had against really strong teams. But maybe this can be the way for them. Again, Woohoo Gaming, even if they are really, really strong, they're not as, formidable as the other teams, just like JT, EDG, KBG, and they actually have some signs of weakness as well. But we do understand that they're still, one of the really strong ones that Phenom might just struggle with as well.
Yeah, because Fennel really, after having so many expectations piled up on them, have not really been able to deliver so far. At the very least, they have dropped two matches out of the two matches that they've been in. Of course, one to Weibo Gaming and one to KT Rolster. They have not won a single game yet. So, Woohoo Gaming, they may not be the best, but they may be the sort of momentum return that Fennel needs if they can actually get the win here. They may be able to translate that into more wins further on in the tournament. But the stats are not looking all too good for Fennel, with only a 25% first Dragon percentage and 25% first Herald percentage. So far, they've never gotten the first tower.
Yeah, first time actually that we have seen this 0% on any team. Fennel, that shows a lot of struggle that they're so far experiencing right now against the other strong teams. I mean, yeah, they battled against KT, they battled against Weibo, really strong teams as well, and they're having to determine what the route they actually should be taking right now in their games, because during the last time that we actually saw them, or the first time we saw them, it was actually Ryuken that played in the Baron lane, and against KT they actually had Chaz in the Baron lane instead. So they're still trying to decide what is actually the best combination in terms of roster for them to actually put the work done against the other teams. And Woohoo, they're not gonna be letting them get their tempo in this game for sure, because again, it's Woohoo Gaming, and they're also able to defeat many teams already. Thunder Talk, they won in a reverse sweep manner, and it's Thunder Talk, and they won against Team Flash as well in a really dominating 2-0-2.
相当丰富的经
Alright,
验
so let's get on
而
to
最
the
近状
stage.
态不佳的 Manila Final 能否在今天迎来赛季首胜？一切的疑问，让我们到对局中去寻找答案。接下来，让我们欢迎Woohoo Gaming 以及 Manila Final。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asian 1. I'm Alora. Today's final match will be Woohoo Gaming versus Manila Final. Woohoo Gaming has accumulated considerable experience in beating teams from WRL APAC in the past few matches. And whether the recently informed Manila Final can get its first win of the season today, all the questions will be answered in the match. And now it's time to welcome Woohoo Gaming and Manila Final.
Handa na ba kayo? Suntukan na!
Okay, so for all non-Filipino,
屹立不倒之胖虎莱姆安稳发育8个小时，那么阁下你们该如何应对？
okay, that we can understand, but a while ago, since it's in Filipino, for those who don't really speak in Tagalog or Filipino, basically they're asking for a fist fight. Fist fight, quote unquote, in Wild Rift. So it's going to be a bloodfest for sure. But the question remains, who will be going home victorious here? Will it be Woohoo Gaming or will it be Fennel?
And a lot of people are kind of betting on Woohoo Gaming here just because
首先，让我们有请
Fennel has
Woohoo
not
Gaming
really
战队
shown
登
their
场
true form
欢迎
here.
单人路选手
While
赢得 solo
Woohoo
lane
at the
联盟。
very least has gone 2 for 2 so far in their matches, while Fennel is 0 for 2 at the moment. It will still be a really big achievement if Fennel is able to get this win off of Woohoo
下面
Gaming.
有
But
请
you
打
know,
野选手 In the jungle,
it's
August.
not historically been the strongest matchup, when you're an APAC team going up against a Chinese team.
Oh yeah, it's always a struggle. I mean, the score is still 2 to 13. And yeah, it's not really a good stats for an APAC team. And so far, it's actually the PH teams that
下面有请
get
射手
the
登场 In the dueling,
gets the
Spark.
scoreline for our APAC region. Naos took down Rare Atom. NGX took down Trace Esports. Fennel, will they be the
最后有
third
请
team
辅助
to
选
do
手
it?
and the support
BH
Mikey.
Pride? Question mark.
We'll see, because I mean, it is going to be a very tough match for them. Woohoo have kind
接
of
下来有请 Manila
shown
Final 战队
their
亮相
prowess. They've
欢迎担
only
任的选
lost
手
to
In the solo
the
lane,
top
Chess.
2 teams in the league so far. EDG
下面有请打野
and,
选手
JT.
In the jungle Trevor. 下面有请中路选手 In the mid lane Aker. 接下来有请射手 In the dueling Danny. 最后有请辅助选手 and the support Arisen. 两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the world.
Oh, definitely should be ready for
Let's
this.
get wild.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
sir, yes, sir.
With our head-to-head, we can't really see any positivity on the side of Fennel given their 4 consecutive game losses or 2 consecutive series losses. KDE-wise, it will really go towards WHG or Woohoo Gaming since it's more on some wins that they actually gotten. 2 for 2, 2 series for 2 series, win and lose here, and the kill participation is actually really high, especially here on August, and we kind of expect that in the jungler. So kind of my comment here on the matchup actually is that August and Trevor actually prioritize a little bit on the Shen. So who will actually get that, or will that champion be banned away in this series? That's to be found out later on. And also, it's important to take note that August actually landed an MVP with a Gwen in the jungle against Team Flash in day number 8 just last Wednesday.
Oh yeah, and that is you know, a very, very big achievement for Woohoo. Fennel, they cannot really say the same for themselves, even, you know, in this dragon lane. Danny, definitely one of the players with better stats in Fennel, and yet you can see the discrepancy there. 2.5 KDA versus 4.75 on Spark, but you know who will be getting in at the fight for side. It's gonna be Closer and Acker facing off against each other.
Also, I just want to add another note on the Spark versus Danny matchup. Spark actually prioritizes Ziggs more than Danny, as Danny usually likes to pick up Lux. Though we do see the struggle of picking up that champion, and it really hasn't gotten any impact as Fennel intended it to have. Wow, okay, wow, okay.
The
first doggy dog. And our fight for side.
This is going to be actually, I think, a bit better for the Nasus. Because that is going to be, I'm thinking that it's going to be Spirit Flame, Nasus just E-Max, you know,
AP Nasus.
Get the harass. Yes, AP Nasus, E-Max, AP Nasus. It does clear waves really quickly. You don't have to risk all too much, and you can just, as long as you have mana, keep repeating E after E after E. And if the Lucian doesn't have a good way to, you know, poke you out with the piercing light, you can actually outrange him with your E. But then you have to be careful if the Lucian decides to go all in. Then that's it, because you don't really have a lot of other ways to do damage other than just popping your ult and then, you know, trying to stack him with a Q that you don't really have a lot of stacks on because you built AP. So, you know, remains to be seen if that is the route here.
Yeah, because one of the struggles that the AP Nasus would have, if ever, is... Well, we shouldn't really be trying to analyze this as much since it is just a fight for side, and it's usually just a show match between our team representatives. But one of the ways that the Nasus can actually struggle is, you know, if you build AP, then you won't be as tanky as you want it to be. And given a Lucian matchup, that will pave a way for Closer to just easily burst down Acker. And I think it can be difficult at times Acker just needs to maybe shove the wave as much as possible with the Spirit Fire. Like what you mentioned, just the constant third skill as much as possible. Clear out the wave, try to hit closer as much as he can. Just like that.
Yeah. Very, very standard playstyle, just keeping yourself safe from the Lucian. So will that work out against Closer, who can just be a lot more aggressive in this matchup because he has that range advantage? Or will Acker just kind of cheese him out with repeated Spirit Fires all over the place? We'll see as we load on to Howling Abyss, ladies and gents. This is the fight for side. Whoever wins this, a 1-2 deathmatch situation, will give their team side priority for the rest of the match. Closer starting with his W, and of course he will be the one who has the advantage, at least in the early game.
We actually have seen quite a lot of Lucian picks ever since the start of the week. So, looks like teams do really like this champion, especially the WRL teams or the Chinese teams. Acker gonna be, yeah, we kind of expected this to happen, him just being zoned away all throughout, and yeah, Ignite already ticking. That forced the exhaust a little bit late, honestly, by Acker. Already chunked down to a mere 1/5 of his health and has to really just reset.
Wasn't even level 2. He's so behind in terms of XP now. Closer is just carving a lead out for himself, and he knows that if he pushes us in, no way that Acker can get all of those minions, especially if he's maxing E.
Oh yeah, you have no choice but to actually max E, or we do see a Q being leveled here by Acker at the very least, one. So he is at least gonna be getting a couple of stacks. Closer dodge that Spirit Fire, and every time you do that, that is a long cooldown for Acker to at least get some damage done under Closer. Approximately 12 seconds, I believe, is the cooldown of the Spirit Fire.
Ooh, Closer. If he gets any closer, Acker may just go for it, and he does go for the slow, but look at that barrage of bullets and piercing light coming in from Closer. The Ignite onto Acker as well stops him from actually aggressing further, but he's now level 4, so is Closer. No ultimates on either champion at the moment.
Yeah, this is very hard for Acker, honestly. Look at this item. It looks like it's gonna be building Divine something.
The Triforce?
No. A Triforce? Alright. So it's not AP Nasus. So you're gonna be trying to bonk Closer here. Okay. So, well, I guess the interaction with your ulti does allow you to have lesser of a cooldown with your Q. So that can be useful, I guess. And as the game goes by, he's actually able to sustain as much as possible, survive, and just get to CS. Either way,
there's the ultimate though.
Yeah, that's culling as well. Oh, almost. Acker's still barely surviving, but that's a full wave. Closer will push down to the tower.
Yeah, and that does mean that Closer gets a lot of money for this. Look at how ahead he is. He's already got the Black Cleaver, while Acker is still struggling to get, the pieces of his build going.
Man,
he's gonna go for a Triforce here to bonk.
Okay, Bonk City it is for Acker. Can it actually be enough? He might just need a Steel Cap as well to at least, be able to tank some of the damage of Closer. And, well, you do have your slow. So I'm trying to put my mind at ease with this Nasus pick being built with AD instead of AD. Because so far, it's been a bully fest by Closer. But I guess Acker is just trying to resist as much as possible in this early game and wait for him to actually be able to stack as much Qs as he wants, and as well try to maintain his tower relatively healthy, because every time he actually goes back to the base, Closer just shoves the wave into the tower.
Yeah, and taking the tower down is a win condition in this game mode as well. So Acker, he cannot really leave the lane for too long. There's the call.
Ouch again. Jumped down to almost kill threshold by Closer. The only thing preventing him from actually diving is the tower and the potential slow of Acker. Also the ulti that can give him a slight health advantage. But every time he shoves him away from the tower, he's just able to take a lot of gold plates and even just be closer and ending this game in his favor.
Yeah, Closer definitely has the gold advantage coming into the next series of fights. But yeah, look at that. Cleaver and Blade of the Ruined King compared to Steel Caps and a Trinity Force here for the Nasus. Acker definitely gonna have a little bit of a bad time. These dueling items on that Lucian will just let Closer go in any single time he wants. Acker has nothing to say about that.
Bonk City so far not reaching any close towards Closer. As of the meantime, CSing is starting to be extra difficult to... Oh yeah. Lucian stuff.
Indeed.
It's gonna be trying to push. Oh no. Acker, you have to contest, my friend, or else that is just donezo for you. Don't really see that much. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna be trying.
Out of mana. Acker's
oh
gonna
no.
Try.
And Bonk City. And that actually hurts. That hurts.
Can't believe he stays alive.
But it doesn't have any mana. Yeah, it's just gonna be trying to finish him down. It's a tower or him. And it's gonna be both as Closer. We'll just end this game in his favor. A bit of a rough time there for Acker. And WHG will have side selection priority.
Yeah, a little bit rough indeed. Acker just, he did not commit to the Nasus poke dream. And he did not build AP with Illumines or anything, so he really did not have a lot of wave clear ready to mess with the Lucian. So, unfortunately, Bonk City is not going to be fruitful here for Fennel. Woohoo Gaming will be picking red side for the first game, so they do prioritize that double champion pick in the first round of the draft. So, you know, that was just beautiful from Closer, while Acker really kind of tried to counter pick here but did not really subscribe to the whole philosophy of the harass Nasus.
And it does make sense, you know. Most of the games of Woohoo Gaming has been won when they are actually on red side, and they do actually like picking the Gwen as well. So maybe that's something that Fennel needs to watch out for. All of those game wins, actually, they picked up the Gwen. Either for Lemon or for August. So, let's see how Fennel is actually going to be addressing that issue. Are they going to be banning it away? Are they going to be letting the Aatrox come through? Are they going to give the Shen towards WHG as well? Because, you know, August does love this champion too.
It's a good question, yeah. Because WHG, they basically just have to not let Aatrox get past the banning phase, and they have so many options on the red side. While you know, the first champion priority is useful, it sometimes lets you get counter picked while the opponent selects a better option for you know, for his key position as the red side pick. So we'll wait and see how this ban and pick phase comes out, because Fennel, they really have to kind of outthink Woohoo Gaming already when it comes to the drafting phase, or else they will just get left behind.
I want to put a small trivia before we actually start the game. To Fennel, they love trivia.
I love the trivia.
Yeah. Do you know that Acker in the mid lane, in all of their 4 games, tried 4 different champions? Wukong, Lucian, Zed, and the Akali. Though it did not turn into a win, but at least he is trying to, try a various number of champions to try and help out Fennel as a team. Now we do see August Shen being respected. Looks like Fennel is going to be focusing on the Senna priority, or maybe the Ziggs priority here.
Gragas will be banned out though for Fennel, so that does leave quite a few things open still. Aatrox has not entered the ban list. The Camille will get taken out. The Fiora as well. Now Woohoo Gaming, will they ban out the Aatrox, or will they bait Fennel into taking that first pick by leaving it open? No, they don't risk it. Aatrox will be banned out. But that does leave, Gwen open, Jace open, and Jace will be the pick here for Fennel.
Okay.
6 priority.
I am 50-50 a little bit on the Jace. We do see a lot of players really... Nah, we don't... This champion isn't gonna be allowed yet. We have to wait till the next patch, or at least 2 weeks, I believe, to be able... For this champion to be allowed to be used. Though, back to the Jace pick. We talked about this champion actually a while ago in the previous series. The difference between how Chinese teams and APAC teams actually use this champion. Mostly, the Chinese teams use this just like an ADC and not a fighter. More like a bursting from a long-range champion, fully utilizing that shock blast, accelerated shock blast, and trying to kite away during a team fight as well. But in here, Fennel has to be really careful. You can't be trigger happy engaging onto Woohoo Gaming, because their draft is starting to be scary. Once you go in, there's no going out. There is a Nautilus, a Mega Inferno Bomb, and a Wind Slash. We talked about the Riven and the Ziggs combination already multiple times. The Mega Inferno Bomb into this Wind Slash can just obliterate you.
It is very, very potent, especially when you get caught by a Nautilus as well, with either the Dredge line or the Depth Charge. So Woohoo Gaming definitely a very, very solid and synergistic of the picks already. However, Acker looking to be on that Akali. Fennel very confident in his abilities, while Woohoo Gaming going to ban out jungle picks for Trevor, or Robert, if you read his name backwards, because we Filipinos are like that. So though Gwen and Yone not gonna make it out of the ban phase here for Fennel as well. Now Woohoo, they do have to pick their jungle and their possibly mid laner. Jin in the mid lane could be interesting. No, it's going to be Renekton in the top lane then.
We have never seen an ADC being used yet, except the Senna, except the Corki, and except the Vayne in one time, and the Lucian as well, but not really the usual standard late game scaling ADCs that we normally see during the first or the season 0 and season 1 of Wild Rift. So yeah, it's not gonna be the case at all just yet, until we do see that patch that actually helps ADCs rise above the challenge against APCs.
Okay, this could go very good for Fennel or very bad. They are treating the Jace like an ADC. They're gonna put Trevor on that Olaf, and this is just an all melee matchup, baby. You're gonna have Acker in the mid lane, Chaz in the top lane on that Jax, and yeah, there's not a lot of range here, but there's a lot of just dive and disrupt and backline access here that Woohoo Gaming has to be very, very aware of.
Oh yeah, this is an all-in composition of Woohoo Gaming. Fennel gonna be trying to have that as well, but they do possess double late game scaling champions, and I'm always expressing my worry whenever I do see a double scaling Jax and Akali. Not really the highest win rate champion on the Jax as well. So big responsibility of Trevor, Acker, and Danny as well to serve as the damage dealers in the early game. And Arisen, we're going to be looking at him multiple times in this game. If he is going to be able to allow Chaz to actually have impact in the Baron lane, because again, the Renekton is just obnoxious in the top lane. Let's check out the matchup as well. Jax, Galio versus Renekton and Nautilus, because the supports are gonna go to the Baron lane either way. It all favor actually goes towards WHG's Baron laner and support. Renekton and Nautilus definitely will just win early game.
Yeah, because they just have such a combination of CC and AoE damage and just, dueling capability with just the two of them that Fennel will be hard-pressed to really find a way into those fights. And especially with, Acker on a melee champion here in the mid lane, he's going to find it very difficult to stand up to that Lucian very early on. Danny, though, at least has some range to him as a Jace, so that he can at least stand up the Spark when Arisen and Mikey go away to just roam the land here. Very standard.
Alright, Grass, short trades for Chaz. Lemon wants to really go all in, maximizing the damage with the Kraken Slayer, so everything goes as standard as it can actually be, with the runes as well. Acker naturally gonna be shoved into the tower given the range advantage. Closer, we didn't expect this response to actually happen, and it's just a safe. The Lucian actually is just a safe pick here by WHG, given that Fennel did pick up the Jace. So if the Jace goes in the mid lane, the Lucian actually serves really well for the Woohoo Gaming as well. So now that it's the Akali in the mid lane, it's much better here for Closer.
Yeah, Closer is just very, very comfortable right now. As Arisen Chaz trying to make some pressure happen here in the top lane. Lemon and Mikey are just able to absorb all of it while sparking that Jace there. Cav trade blows a little bit. Nobody getting too frisky or froggy. It is just a minute and 40 into the game, but Woohoo Gaming has found a little bit of a lead. 8 Acker taking so much damage from Closer and Closer.
So much. Oh yeah.
That tower, wow.
I was about to just say this trivia, but yeah. Closer actually has 100% win rate so far with his champion. Had a win in game number 1 against J-Team, and had a win in game number 1 against Team Flash as well during day number 8. So yeah, he's very, very comfortable with his champion. Dive in the top lane might actually commence. Fennel, they just run.
Yeah, they can't handle this without Trevor. Trevor's going to be coming in soon. They may engage now.
Woohoo Gaming is just going to be disengaging from that. They know their boundaries. They know that Trevor is in the vicinity based on just the movements here of Fennel. Woohoo Gaming just going to be resetting for a bit. They do possess 1,000 gold lead already despite no interaction, no kills just yet.
Yeah, they're just pure out CSing and pressure from Woohoo Gaming. Keeping them in the lead here, slowly but surely. They are reaching their ultimate thresholds, though. Acker already level 5, so is Closer, but Closer has almost half a level lead here, and Acker does not really want to risk getting close to Lucian, who has more combat efficiency and items than him, especially with Nautilus in the lane as well. Galio could be in the fight, though, if Arisen decides to hear his entrance in.
I don't think Fennel is actually going to be engaging at all in the early game, given the double scaling champions that they do have. So it's more on how Woohoo Gaming is going to be making sure they get as much lead as they can in the early game. That is having a bit of a hard time, but he is going to go in. MIB just for the clear and the zone there onto Danny, but able to still pick up the health back up with the Honey Fruit.
Yeah, Lemon and Chaz getting into a little scuffle there into the top lane, and Lemon coming out the stronger crocodile of the two. Chaz is a little bit low in terms of level, but he's not low in terms of health. He gets that honey fruit to heal himself back up, and there are no kills yet, no towers taken, no objectives as well, but Woohoo Gaming have managed to secure an almost 2,000 gold lead just through sheer pressure and CS.
And efficiency too in the farming, because we haven't really seen August have a hard time farming. This has just been there. And look at how much resources Lemon actually gets in the top lane just because he is ahead or generally wins against a Jax in the early game. And Chaz, ever since we have seen him in the Baron or play in the Baron lane, we haven't really seen him, pop off as Fennel intended him to do so. Because while he's coming from the jungle, he was a his previous role was a jungler. So it's not gonna be that scary as of the moment.
Speaking of junglers, we do see that the respective junglers are at opposite objectives right now. August on that dragon, and the rest of Fennel, they are going to be in the Rift Herald. Lemon may be the target now of a dive, especially Trevor here.
Be in trouble, but with the help of Mikey, actually, they're able to at least... Oh, never mind. Arisen just goes in. Zones him away, gets the first tower. Fennel picks up the slack, but Acker might actually be in trouble. That's the dive. Perfect execution. This one trying to hide under the shroud and clear up the way, but August would still pursue him with the help of Closer. And they do get the kill cleanly.
And they're out of there. Woohoo Gaming responding with a kill of their own. They say, you can take a tower, but we'll take a life. The first blood will be ours. First tower, yours. That doesn't really matter to Woohoo Gaming because, the quicker that they can scale here, the easier time they'll have, especially with Lemon on that Renekton. He needs to keep that lead as big as possible for as long as possible on Chaz, because that Jax will start scaling very, very soon. All he needs is another item, and then he will start to hurt, especially in a 1v1, 1v2 situation.
A kill in 6.5 minutes, though, isn't really bad here for Fennel, because their goal is just to stall things out, wait for 15 minutes or so, and then they can actually strike much harder here against Woohoo Gaming. Chaz taking a bit of damage there from Lemon, but now has Arisen joining him. Dominus could be popped up, but as you see Arisen, he has to fall back. Justice Punch into the combination jump from Chaz, missing by a small margin, but he actually flashes in. Lemon gets the outplay, and Arisen finds himself in a bad spot, gets the kill at least. That was a bit of an oopsie for Chaz.
Yeah, the rest of Woohoo Gaming, they found another kill here as well towards the mid lane. While all of that was going on, just map-wide value coming in here for Woohoo Gaming. What an outplay here from Lemon, as you saw Chaz flash in a little bit too eager there, and he just fed the Crocodile. If Lemon had more cooldowns up, he could have actually survived that and got it a 2-for-1. But sadly, he at least was able to trade his own life. And you can see Woohoo Gaming, 4 of them are at the top of the gold boards. Well, Lemon and Trevor are now kind of tied here, so there is that. But so far, Woohoo, they have the momentum.
I just don't know why why Chaz flashed in or when his counter-strike was already down. Maybe he tried to, gamble it if it will actually reach in time, but that really wasn't the output that he intended. He came in deep, no ward at all, no vision, came in blindly, got taken out. Now, Mikey just gonna be landing. Wow, that dredge line like in front of him gonna be used as well. Instantaneous damage done. But a trade here as Trevor finds, the back line.
Yeah, they did not know that Trevor was there. They thought they were just chasing Acker, and then suddenly an Olaf came from the bush. That's not a Garen, that's an Olaf, and he just ran rampant on the Lucian. But that did mean that WHG got a window to apply pressure here in the mid lane, and they did use it to take down that turret. That Ziggs going to be looking for more towers to destroy, a very, very juicy one in the bot lane, especially because he can just toss Satchel over and take it down.
Yeah, 9 minutes, they do take that tier 1 tower in the mid lane. That is a massive objective for Woohoo Gaming, because they're the ones who have the Ziggs. They want to open up the base and protect their mid lane tower as well, as much as possible. So now rotation-wise, Woohoo Gaming should have the advantage, positioning 2 towards objective. Now, Lemon is going to be meeting with Chaz, and it's actually quite interesting, because his timing on the Relentless Pursuit actually is so far been on the positive side, not being, countered by the counter strike of Chaz.
Yeah, Woohoo here. They're trying to make some space for themselves to take this Rift Herald. Fennel, are they gonna strike back? Are they gonna go for the steal? No.
Yeah, Horizon just joins in, but Mega Inferno Bomb completely zones him out. Here comes Acker from the backside. Horizon actually gonna be able to escape, but they need to fall back completely. Give this RH for them. Actually, well, Acker did a surprising job there.
Yeah, that is
just a flank. Yeah.
Going to be barreling down the top lane while the rest of Fennel, they take that chance, that opportunity to bring the rest of them into the mid lane, take that one tier 1 tower, and maybe look to set something up here in the Dragon. Lemon, though, he's gonna face check with Dominus.
RH is there on top side though, so Fennel has to address it in time. It's gonna take down that tier 1 and will slowly push towards their tier 2. So Acker's gonna be there, going in that area, and this dragon should be free for Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah. It makes no sense for Trevor to risk his life there, especially against, a Renekton who seems so dominant, so powerful. Spark not making it to the threshold of damage that he needed to get that one hit with a satchel charge, but they still get that tower all the same. And slowly but surely, the layers are being peeled away from Fennel's base structure. You can see that Woohoo Gaming, they are slowly but surely increasing their gold lead as well.
Slowly but surely, but if we do look at the value of the gold, the total value, despite 3 towers taken here by Woohoo Gaming and a couple of dragons, the total gold isn't as big, actually, compared to the scaling lineup here of Fennel. So there is still that slight glimpse of light in this game for Fennel. The only thing that is threatening them right now is the potential 3 dragon stacks for Woohoo Gaming. Next dragon, they should really contest, but also find a way to be able to do that without any casualties, or at least have a net positive in that interaction, because so far it has been a slow burn. Again, all of our series actually has been, a slow scaling or slow burn on the winning team against the opposing team, and Fennel is on the opposing side as of the moment. Trevor
might be caught here. He got Ragnarok, but will it be enough to keep him alive? Just barely. He will survive. Wow.
With 1 HP. 1 HP. It definitely blew the fire away so that it will not take him down. Now Horizon is serving in the front.
In a bad position. Maybe. Gonna get caught out.
And Woohoo Gaming just guarding the area, having full access in their jungle as well, just looking for that opportunity. I should be on Mikey as much as possible, also Lemon at times, because they're the only one who can actually engage. Well, August can, but it's not going to be going in first. I haven't seen him do that yet as well so far in this game.
Yeah, and on Fennel, Trevor is kind of falling off a little bit here. The Olaf has not been as fruitful as he would have liked, so he needs to really find that angle to get backline access, just like he did when he got the kill on the Lucian. Or this Olaf is just going to just sort of fall down and get outscaled here by the rest of Woohoo Gaming.
5,000 gold lead, not really trailing that behind despite the pressure being built up here by Woohoo Gaming. Now I'm saying a lot of positive things here for Fennel, but it is primarily because of their double scaling. Again, the Jax, especially the Akali, can really pop off in the late game, and that's something that Woohoo Gaming has been respecting ever since the 8-minute mark. They haven't been going as all in as they did prior to that 8 minutes, simply because of Acker's threat.
They're looking for more though. Woohoo Gaming posing in the jungle of Fennel right now, looking to get catch on to Chaz. Force the flash.
Yeah, and anyone would just flash away, especially with 3 people chasing them down. Counter strike to zone them away. Here's Entrance actually has been used a little too early there for Horizon. Boom. Mega Inferno Bomb just doing the work here for Spark.
Yeah. And that keeps Fennel away from Woohoo Gaming, just showing them how much damage can be done by just their ranged options, the ranged champions. As Fennel really have to commit hard in order to get anything going. So they actually have to wait for Woohoo Gaming to come in and make a mistake on their terms if Fennel wants to actually try to reverse a play here. As August may be looking to get greedy here.
Well, so far, yeah, they are going to be trying to get on the rise. And he is sitting on a ward. Does realize that in time. But WHG, they're just stalling for the third dragon. They didn't get anything prior to this dragon spawning. But they can just force Fennel right now to commit. They're still above or ahead 6,500 gold. They are grouping up, closing in. Here comes August, serving the front line. That's just a big damage already, especially with the calling here up closer. They're going to be sending Horizon down to the ground. Even the Olaf has been taken away. Acker is in the vicinity, but can't actually do anything just yet. WHG just so clean with execution, picking up 2 kills.
Yeah, and that was very, very quick on Woohoo Gaming. They were just able to pull the trigger and pull it hard. Fennel, they just kind of got choked out, and they really had no recourse or no options. Lemon here, though, maybe in a tough situation, a 2 versus 1, but he gets away from the stun. He's actually going to maybe win this.
Well, yeah, it's a 2v1, by the way, and Lemon gets a massive outlet. Can he actually get the kill? He does! Lemon, you're just a beast here. 2v1 against Acker, against 2 solo laners. He gets that kill. That is just so bad here for Fennel.
That was just a crocodile and a half there. My lord. He is the epitome of a Renekton. And I mean, look at how that fight broke out. He was just so big. The Mega Inferno Bomb there, clinching that fight, that kill onto the Galio. And look at how much map control now is in the hands of Woohoo Gaming, and they have 10,000 gold in the lead. Fennel, how do they get back into this game? They need to
wave clear. Definitely is. Yeah, that's the only angle they actually have, because wave clear, it's not that good. Honestly, Jace against a Ziggs isn't that effective. And the only thing that the Jace can do right now is to try and poke as much as possible. You can't really go into melee form, because once you do, you're just gonna get absolutely deleted by the members of Woohoo Gaming.
True, but Woohoo Gaming, speaking of deleting members, look at that damage in just one rotation from Lemon.
It's one small trade, one in and out, and yeah, since they see Danny here, numbers advantage for Woohoo Gaming, no way for them to actually contest, but they do turn onto Horizon. There's nothing he can actually do, no flash anymore. Danny will get caught by the drench line and absolutely obliterated there. 2 kills and a Baron. Woohoo Gaming taking control.
And everything is going to side of Woohoo. Lemon is now level 15, pops a Dominus versus 2. It really doesn't matter to him.
Doesn't matter. They're gonna take this tower. Jax gets deleted in an instant. And Woohoo Gaming is just having this one-sided beatdown. What is this goal lead? 15,000. Fennel has been trying this whole game, but we didn't even see a glimpse of comeback. It just has been a one-sided beatdown, and Woohoo Gaming is just on their way to having this wonderful series.
Yeah, 1-0 already. Woohoo Gaming showing that, you know, they have the chops to beat even a team as seasoned and talented as Fennel and their members. But, you know, it just felt like a slow snowball, you know, a slow chokehold on the side of Woohoo Gaming. They really did not let anything go for the side of Fennel, you know. Any single kill that Fennel tried to get, any attempt that they made, it was made sure by Woohoo Gaming that they were doing something else on the other side of the map, or using that presence as a distraction to sneak in a Baron. So big props to them. That was just perfectly played.
I'm seeing, I'm gonna be stating some, negative instances here of Fennel. I think the double scaling is really a big gamble for them, the Jax and the Akali. And we didn't really see any ganks happening all throughout the games. But the reason why there weren't really any ganks coming in from Trevor is because top lane is bullied. 2v2, Renekton and Nautilus wins against Jax and Galio. So where do you actually go as a jungler here for Trevor? Acker, the only thing he did so far a while ago was zone away some of the members from Woohoo Gaming in an RH fight, but it's simply just Woohoo Gaming paying due respect to the Akali itself and how Acker can actually turn the tides around. But in terms of playmaking, we haven't really seen Fennel. This draft wasn't really the best to counter Woohoo Gaming. It's basically, an outplay from the very beginning of Woohoo Gaming. Lemon was an absolute beast. August was very efficient. He even served in the front line a while ago, initiating for the team, and just on this Nautilus, he does get the pick-offs every time he sees an opponent.
Exactly. And it just felt like Woohoo Gaming were controlling the pace of the game, were controlling the terms of engagement in every single fight, because, they had the ranged options. They could just force Fennel to come to them, to come fight on their terms, because otherwise they would just keep Fennel at arm's length with the Lucian, and just kind of bully them with a lot of range options, man. The Ziggs as well, that bomb and that Mega Inferno bomb has just been wreaking havoc here in this match. So I wonder how Fennel are going to respond to that, because they did just get out drafted and then they weren't able to really make the best use of their composition.
Yeah, I have the same sentiments as well. Even the Jace pick by Dan, it wasn't really fully utilized in that particular game. It's basically a one-sided beatdown that Woohoo Gaming had in that particular match, and they're on their way to having a 2-0 if they just keep the pace up. Lemon, just an absolute monster as well. 2-1 and 2. Not really the best kill participation, but it's primarily because he was focusing on beating Chaz the whole game. Even with the help of Acker, we saw that bot lane 2v1, and he even got the kill onto Chaz. And even if I think Acker was there, he would have gotten 2 kills even.
Exactly. And Lemon, the enormous pressure and presence of Renekton just gave so many opportunities to Woohoo Gaming to just kind of throw themselves at Fennel without Fennel really saying much. And that the threat of just one Renekton in their bot lane actually allowed Woohoo to sneak 4 members up into the Baron and then just start doing that. So will they take it 2-0, or will Fennel bring us to game number 3? That is the question we're going to be answering after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for more Wild Rift League Asia.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what may very well be our last game of the day. The story here is Woohoo Gaming is on the precipice of a 2-0 versus Fennel. Now, will they continue this streak, or will Fennel bring us to game number 3? My name is G10, coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we are asking the hard questions in this series.
Yeah, I've been trying to formulate an idea on the question of how Fennel can actually win in this game number 2 or push this to a game number 3, and I can't really think of an answer as of the moment. I'm speculating a few possibilities that they can actually fight better against Woohoo Gaming, and one of those is determine who is actually going to be suitable in the Baron lane and in the jungle, because we don't really see that much synergy, honestly, on the side of Fennel. Danny as well has been struggling in 2 champions, the Jace and the Lux. So, well, we have seen him use the Varus at one time, but it didn't actually transition into a win. So he has to really come up with a way to have the best possible impact while having the wave clear that normally a Dragon laner should have, and the Jace doesn't really have that at all. Acker as well, he couldn't really have an entry towards fight simply because there was no one who could actually back him up, and that was just so sad in game number 1. We saw his intention, but he just couldn't risk it simply because if he does go in, it's just gonna be a bloodfest by Woohoo Gaming.
Exactly, and Woohoo, their team fighting is oh so clean. Fennel just could not keep up, especially with the way that they picked double scaling champs, and then we're just not able to leverage those to their advantage. It's going to be very difficult for them to, see the light at the end of the tunnel here. They are going to be banning some very powerful picks here, though. The Aatrox and the Camille out of rotation, while Woohoo will take the Akali away from Acker, the Fiora away from Chaz. And for the last ban, what will it be? There's still a lot of things that are open. Zoe and Senna are still up. But
wow,
I
actually banned the Olaf. Wow, they actually banned the Olaf despite the struggle there of Trevor. So a lot of champions are open from a while ago. One of which is, the Zoe. The Shen as well, will be banned away at the very end by Fennel. So good job for them spotting it out. But that leaves the Zoe open. Senna is available here for Danny either way. So maybe you can just answer with that. Maybe have the Nautilus as well picked up. Though usually do see the Galio or the Gragas combined with the Senna. But I think one of the ways they can mitigate Woohoo Gaming's full potential in Engage is to deny the Nautilus. But it's going to be a 50-50 here. That's a gamble by Fennel. So what do they do?
Oh, they're going to
stick with Jace.
Jace again. I mean, Jace is pretty good. It's just their execution of the Jace has not really been perfect so far. The Nautilus, though, still going to be a very good pick here for Fennel. But with the rest of their composition, there are a lot of priority picks that they can still get, such as maybe a Gwen if they want to go that scaling route instead of a Jax. But, you know, showing your hand this early with the Jace probably going to be going to Danny again. What can, I mean, Woohoo Gaming, they pretty much have free reign to counterpick.
Okay, I'm just gonna be throwing this out there, but just a small trivia on how Fennel, particularly Danny, has been, you know, struggling a little bit against Zoe picks. He actually battled against 3 Zoes already in terms of a matchup. Once against Weibo Gaming, twice actually against KT Rollster Y. So we do see now, I guess, a slight adaptation here by Danny. Still getting the Jace, but primarily to survive the laning phase so that he can actually have a standing chance against the Zoe, especially that the Zoe has been nerfed down in this patch 4.1b. It is actually, yeah, just a little bit, but enough to actually make him not as OP as before. So maybe that's the take here of Fennel, at least in the Dragon lane. And they got the Nautilus too.
That's true, but now the Wukong definitely could be flexed into the jungle or the mid lane, especially if Danny's the one going to be on that chase. They will ban out the Lucian, so looking to indicate maybe a melee champion in the mid lane here for Fennel. Woohoo Gaming, they are going to be banning out, you know, some of the more serious threats here, like Jax, and for the last ban, who's going to be Zed. Kind of scared of Acker's potential, but he may just go for the Singed.
Yeah, lots of ban towards our solo laners and also our jungle, actually. I was about to mention the Gwen, but kind of 50-50 on this as well, because Woohoo Gaming does have solid front lines, and even if they do pick it up, again, the scaling can be massive here. Natural response would be the Corki here by Woohoo Gaming. Again, up their damage, up their scaling into the late game. But I think this is still a nice take here by Fennel. Having the Gwen can serve really well for team fights. Not only is she really strong and can shred through absolutely anybody, but you have massive amounts of crowd control as well. Wukong can go in, Nautilus can go in. Well, the Jace shouldn't really be going in as much as possible, but he can at the very least. And I think, well, Senna, if they do pick this up, I do yearn for Varus, honestly. I think it's gonna be the better choice. Simply because, well, 3 words: chain of corruption.
Yes, sir. Chain of corruption, very, very useful to stop, you know, hooligans like Lemon, like August from just aggressing on you, because Varus does not have a lot of mobility, and it is going to be Danny on that Varus. So those piercing arrows are going to be a source of danger here for Woohoo Gaming. But Chaz on that Gwen versus Garen, this could be winning lane for Fennel, actually.
Yeah, I'm actually this lineup is much better than game number 1, but we do still see the counters that Woohoo Gaming actually had towards the last pickings. Corki into the Jace, the Corki should win. Garen against Gwen, it's gonna be a 50-50, but with the supports, actually, a Ryzen just might rise up a little bit higher than Yao. And let's see if Fennel can actually make it work here, because the goal of Fennel right now is to allow Chaz to be as buffed up as possible. Their ticket to winning here is the Gwen.
That's true. That is true. I mean, that Gwen has to go big or go home here, and I'm sure that Lemon is going to make it very difficult for you know, a Gwen to get all too much done in the top lane, especially since you know, the Garen can just stay there pretty much definitely healing with his passive, especially once the supports come in. So Fennel definitely can scale up to be monsters, but they have to be so careful with their execution.
The last time that Danny used a virus, it was actually against against a Zoe at the time as well. It was back when they were battling against KT in day number 10, and it got a little struggling in that particular game. The game was also a loss in 20 minutes, dominating 2-0 the series by KT Roaster against Fennel as well. But let's see if they are going to be able to at least have a better comeback in this series. I think this is going to be the best possible case for Fennel to actually redeem themselves. This draft, these champions, the matchups as well.
They're taking a lot of damage though.
Yeah, they do. Wow, 991 gold per minute. That last game, yeah, he was farming a lot.
He was
in the early game.
Yeah.
It was the best kind of farmer in that whole early game.
Dang, near perfect gold per minute stat. Danny though with the piercing arrow, maybe looking for something. Get Sleepy Trouble bubble. Ooh,
ouch!
A lot of damage.
Yeah, that deals so much. Okay, whoa. Actually, there's a take on the virus, especially on Wild. We rarely see that kind of movement, honestly, because the goal of spinning actually is to be as unpredictable, where you actually will reject it.
Getting a little cheeky
He's
there,
stuck.
Danny. Yep.
Oh no.
This is very difficult for Danny to get past. The minions
No mana to
barreling through.
Yeah. They're gonna be trying to give it to Spark, and he does get it. Predicted on where he actually will go. But on the top side, Fennel's trying to make some where Trevor will survive. And that is a nice execution coming in from Fennel. 2 for 1. Make that 2 for 2 rather, as the Woohoo game does get 1 as well in the top.
Close is on the way though. Accelerated Shock Blast keeps him away from Trevor and Chaz. Acker saves the day of his two teammates who went for a big dive, got some big stuff for it. 2-2.
But okay, 2 for 2. Net gold still a little bit more positive on Woohoo Gaming. The gold funneling though, I think it is a little bit better on the side of FL. Chaz got a kill.
I like that. Very good dive there, and you can see the immediate disengage. But here's a re-engage.
Yeah, WHG are going ham, immediately bursting out Ryzen there, and no way to actually escape.
He's gone. Drag is just melted very quickly. And well, you can't have that if you're Fennel. You cannot just be caught sleeping like that. Horizon, he is going to be making his way back up there. Chaz has actually almost gotten the kill onto Lemon somehow before the Nautilus even got back.
Oh yeah, Lemon's feeling it. Feels a trim now that Chaz is handling him in the laning phase. Again, you can't really do much when you're a Garen. The only reason why WHG actually picked up the Garen is because they have the Zoe and the Riven, so they're trying to maximize the execute damage potential that they do have, since Zoe can burst, Corki can shred, and the only need they need to do is to actually have that execute damage, the Mass Injustice and the Wind Slash from the Riven.
Yeah, exactly, and that is what they are kind of working towards now. Woohoo Gaming, they are doing a pretty excellent job of making their mistakes as small as possible, you know, just like kind of overstaying that one time in the top lane. Even though there were two of them, they both got killed very cleanly. Fennel though, once these objectives spawn, where are they going to go first? Arisen maybe in a little bit of a tussle with Lemon there. The rest of Fennel will be around to assist.
Yeah, Fennel, the only reason why Horizon didn't actually commit onto Lemon at the time, because Chaz was actually far away. He was on top side, and now they're just gonna be trading objective.
Yep, Herald for Dragon. This, in the long run, should benefit Woohoo Gaming, but for now, this Shelly will get a pretty decent charge down into the mid lane.
Ooh! Wow, chain corruption, immediate pin down, and that's what you do when there's a Zoe in the enemy and you have a Nautilus. They will transition onto Mikey as well. Here comes August, and the backside. Piercing Arrow gonna do the work. August nearly getting 3 kills with that wind slash. But will he actually do? The stasis denies it. That's 3 kills to 1.
Fennel has suddenly gotten a really good fight, and a turret. They have swung the momentum of this game to their favor now. Even though, you know, Woohoo was able to answer back with a tower of their own. Take a look at that again, because this was just such a close fight, but they were able to take that Zoe to town very quickly, and then they just jumped onto Mikey there. August made the wrong choice here. He did a very noble attempt, and what a flash as well, but he got knocked up by the second Cyclone, and that was all she wrote down. He was able to just free hit from there, and that is just the Varus of your dreams so far.
And that is why you pick a Nautilus against a Zoe, because if she goes in, you just pop in the depth charge, and you will be able to chase him down, pin him down, and absolutely no way for the Zoe to escape. And now Fennel does have a bit of a slight chance in this game. Top side though has been pushed. A good job there by Lemon. And that gives them an opportunity to rotate across the map. Mid lane, Danny is going to be caught out. 3P Trouble Bubble, and even the cask. That is the ultimatum combination by WHG. Now, Fennel tries to back away. They will, but not without any damage actually thrown out. Trevor is down 40%. Has to get that honey fruit just to survive.
Hacker may have been in danger there, but August is going to scare him away from the tower. Woohoo Gaming looking to build their lead once again. A very small gold lead at the moment, but the momentum is definitely swinging once again towards Woohoo Gaming's side.
It's how they actually manipulate the map and set up plays against Fennel. They see the rotation of Fennel towards top side, and they catch Danny off guard. And that was a nice execution as well. Combination. There was no escape there for Danny. The moment he got hit by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and the body slam, you know that he's dead.
Yep, and it is so difficult to get caught at this point in the game, especially when, you know, the lead can change so rapidly. There is not a lot of lead left actually for Woohoo Gaming, even though it was Fennel who got the last couple of fights. They are still pretty much behind this turret, gotta go the side of Woohoo Gaming, and they are slowly but surely cracking this side of the map open. Chaz and Trevor though on the top side.
Trevor's just gonna be helping him out. 2 towers now taken by Woohoo Gaming. At least Fennel is able to defend their mid tower. That is the only good thing that is happening to them for them right now. They've taken their Woohoo Gaming's mid tier 1 as well, so that's helping them at least deny that jungle control by Woohoo Gaming. Able to at least match the gold as well as much as possible. Prey around Gwen, and they're actually pathing top side. That's 3 people chasing the Garen. It's gonna be difficult to chase him down. Again, it's a Garen.
Yeah, he's a Garen. He has a
Spinning for winning.
speedy move and a spin to win. But Woohoo Gaming is bringing a trap here for the rest of Fennel.
Oh no!
They don't know
yeah,
the guys in the
Ryzen
bush.
getting caught, immediately taken out. As Fennel looks to disengage, the cask will still find the Gwen, and Chaz easily obliterated in mere seconds. Now RH is for WHG taking. There's nothing that Fennel can actually do. A push by Acker in the mid lane to answer. A little okay, but still 2 kills for an RH. Really good for WHG.
Yeah, Woohoo Gaming have they just set that Garen in the prime position inside a bush, and he was able to get that Garen dream going. Ooh, Acker forced the flash out of there. Did not want to deal with the CC potential of Mikey. He didn't know whether or not this Gragas had his explosive cask, so better not to risk it and regroup with the team here.
Yeah, they would just counter there in the topside fight. Now they're being drawn towards the dragon, in which WHG recently has gotten the scuttle crab, so they have vision priority, they have movement speed priority as well. Fennel is spotted under a ward, and WHG has full information for them. Look at the flank as well by Lemon. How can they actually take this right now? They're completely being prevented. Chain of Corruption gonna be missing as well, so not much disengage. They're gonna be forcing it. The steal comes in from Trevor, and that's gonna be good. But now, what do they do actually? Spark gonna be throwing those sleepy trouble bubbles and paddle stars, and Fennel says, skedaddles. Let's back away. We got the dragon now.
We got the dragon. Nobody needs to die, and nobody did die from either team. It will be a net positive for Fennel, because, you know, getting that steal will kind of halt the momentum a tiny bit, as Ian Frobrecht does give them more damage to stand up to Woohoo Gaming. So it's going to still be an uphill battle, but at least it's going to be a lot closer this time.
Oh yeah, that is as clean as it gets. With the steal, they were able to penetrate through the defenses of Yao and sneak away as well. Zone the other members, especially, you know, with the spells that they have invested as well to try and scare off WHG. Now, WHG does possess 2,000 gold lead. It's not really a whole lot compared to the minute that has gone by already. It's already 12 minutes into the game, and Fennel does have a positive net experience on some of their champions as well. Chaz is just a little down, 1,300 gold, but again, it's a Gwen. As long as you have your core items, you're gonna be good to go.
Yep. All you need, but what they need
is
that
turn.
The ribbon.
Cast gonna be used for the disengage though. Can they prevent August from dying? He's trying to escape and he will not. Spark just tries to help out. Lemon is very tanky. And Fennel gonna be very happy disengaging, but topside.
Yeah, wow.
Ouch. Oh, they turn, they find the Zoe. Spark gonna get punished. It goes into deep, buddy. As the Fennel finds that kill. The topside is still gonna be pushed out there by Closer. So they're trying to answer back with a tower of their own.
Yeah, and they will get that tower and immediately disengage. Fennel looking to keep that gold lead close. They are ahead in kills, but they are getting ran around the map. They need to find that 5v5 fight where they are at the advantage here, or else Woohoo Gaming can just keep distracting them and maybe go for that you know, that distraction base race play that we've seen become very popular the past couple days.
Oh yeah, base race. I'm a fan of base race, but it's sometimes really scary to see. And Fennel doesn't want that to happen against them. The split push has been very effective from Lemon and Closer. Topside cleared out. Only inhibitor tower standing strong. Bottom lane and mid lane only has their inner turrets standing. But with the goal being quite stable actually. Only 1,500 at 14 minutes into the game. Fennel actually is sitting pretty good in this scaling of a game. Again, they're just banking on Danny's damage, banking on the prowess of Chaz with this Gwen.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough ask for Fennel. They have some very clear players who they rely on, and Woohoo Gaming, they can just kind of rely on everybody. Everybody's doing their own part, while, you know, there are specific avenues for Fennel to get back into this game, you know, through either Chaz or through the virus as well. It's just incredibly difficult to, you know, contend with that kind of pressure.
Oh yeah, I thought Closer was gonna get that blue buff, but he didn't. He said,
"Oh, he didn't.
I don't need that." Yeah, or will he? Just trying to. Oh, he gives it to Spark. Yeah, much more needed actually by the Zoe to keep throwing that paddle stars against Fennel, but he has to be extra careful as well, because if he gets hit by the depth charge by Horizon, it's gonna be bidding goodbye.
Yeah, they have to tiptoe around this Nautilus so much. They cannot allow the Zoe or the Corki to be the ones inside the Nautilus's depth charge range. Acker trying to get something done in the top lane will take that turret down with the help of the minions. So Fennel keeping that gold lead small, 1.7k, just barely. As Woohoo Gaming, they are looking for another angle to fight, as Dragon will be up once again in just about 5 seconds. Woohoo Gaming are the first to make their way to the river.
Yeah, nice prio here by Woohoo Gaming. They have full vision and no vision for Fennel as well. Even the Nautilus is not, as tanky as they intended to be a while without. Acker might actually get taken down. Immediate chase, but nice stasis actually to buy enough time for the follow-up. Windslash is going to be taking him down. Corki, though, will get obliterated. Nice stasis. Trevor just holding off the back line there of the Woohoo Gaming. Cast is going to be used, but missing out the margin. Now here comes Chaz. Serving in the front line, just waiting for an opportunity to actually go over that terrain. Took a bit of time. And that was just a kill for a kill. Fennel still has a good chance. A wave crashing into the mid lane. 2 for 1. Lemon.
They're still going in.
Yeah, they are. Dredge line. Not going to be connecting. They're just waiting for Trevor.
Yeah, and Trevor is going to be making his way downtown. Walking fast very soon. Chaz and Danny are there, are risen a little bit low.
Danny
make his way in.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. Lemon just winning no more stasis. Actually does pop into stasis. Mikey just forcing him to disengage, trying to pincer him down. Spark will try to get the paddle star, but will not be able to deal damage. Now Chaz is just snipping them away. They got the dragon as well. Second for Fennel.
And suddenly Fennel find themselves with a tiny gold lead. What a big swing here after this fight. It was just one after another. Fennel just kind of running Woohoo Gaming around and distracting them around the Baron or the Dragon lane, the Dragon Pit, and then just picking them off after the fact. And now Fennel, they have first dibs on Baron here. Will Woohoo Gaming try to contest this? August is there, so is Spark, but Arisen from the back gets that guard Zoe.
They're chasing him down. So much hold. Spark is in a nightmare. But August trying to get that steal. He does it for Woohoo Gaming. So it's not the end of the world yet for them. Fennel got too deep because, yeah, Trevor was also there.
Oh my god. What a steal. August, the hero. Whoa.
It was like, not on my watch, friends. Not on my watch.
What a champion! What a Giga Chad just waltzing into the Baron lane or the Baron pit, smiting it down, getting that steal, and then casually walking out and backing before they can find you. Sneaky stuff here. This is a spy for the ages on Woohoo Gaming. August definitely making it feel cold as winter at the moment for Fennel.
Like taking a candy from a baby. They did it so flawlessly. Now they're the ones pressuring Fennel right now. Pushing the towers. We're just waiting for Spark to actually arrive in the area. And here comes the struggle of Fennel. I mean, they can clear, but not as effective due to the Baron just helping out the minions be buffed up as much as possible. Mikey just being zoned away a little as August just slowly trimming down this turret.
Yeah, that turret's gonna be gone soon. It is now, as Woohoo Gaming can start forcing Fennel into their base. All of the outer turrets are gone. It's just the inhibs now. As Fennel, they are kind of succumbing to the siege here from Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, they're gonna be attempting. They have to commit onto this because it has to be like a slow burn here by Woohoo Gaming. Cass gonna be separating them. Lemon just waiting for an angle, but he's actually taking a bit of damage. Chaz almost gets obliterated there by August. Depth chart has to be used. Even with a piercing arrow, they got the tower in the mid lane. Now transitioning into the bottom lane. Fennel got the reset. Trevor just zoning him the way. That is their only goal here. But the Elder is up for the taking now.
Yeah, Woohoo have made their way towards the Elder Drake. Are they healthy enough to go for it, or will Fennel chase them away, and while they're back, you can take this advantage to
Oh.
go on to the other, and that's exactly what's going to happen. FL, they are going to start this Elder Dragon.
They're trying to force Woohoo Gaming to actually commit without any reset and not have value with the gold that they acquired with the pushes. So they don't get their items taken. August still able to reset from a while ago. He's going to be looking for a flank. PP Trouble Bubble the cast even invested there. But now they don't have the disengage tool. Dreadshine going to be committed onto Mikey. Try to stasis in. Depth charge right onto Spark as Trevor forces them with the Cyclone to disengage. Lots of CC being thrown out by Fennel, but they have to be very careful from the burst. August serving the front line. The Spark with the damage onto Chaz. That's a big takedown already. And they will try to funnel them in. Trevor is down too. Dreadshine does not connect. Acker goes in with melee form, but why would you do that? Stasis in, and that's just gonna be the cleanup by Woohoo Gaming. You don't go melee form with it, it's just you don't. And Spark is just gonna absolutely punish the crucial mistake of Fennel.
That is pretty much it then. Arisen just barely hanging on for dear life, and Spark will be given that kill. That was it. Both inhibitor turrets down. It's just the Nexus, and after that, Ace Woohoo Gaming just waltz into the base. They will be taking the series 2-0 against their opponents. Unfortunately, Fennel will still be searching for that first win.
That might be the closest game they had this whole tournament. But I'm not happy with how they actually lost that, because they had the chance to actually win that. They were doing really well in the front line, but Spark was still able to free hit. And that melee form into the skies by Acker just cemented the victory there of Woohoo Gaming, because they know they can just counter that melee form Jace. No longer can he cast the shockwaves, and they can just focus on the damage. In Fennel, they did not expect that retaliation, and they will come home another 0-2 3 times in a row now.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for the Manila boys at Fennel so far. But big congratulations to Woohoo Gaming for another very big win. I mean, they just performed so well, so consistently against Fennel. In both games, they pretty much let Fennel know that they were running the show, except for that little bit of time where in the second game, Fennel really found the energy and the avenue and the angles to fight back from. And even then, you know, once they lost that one big fight at the end, that was it. That was over. And Woohoo Gaming just went for the throat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Woohoo Gaming, they just know that they can just win in that fight. Spark was able to free hit entirely. And the moment they got the kill onto Chaz, onto the Gwen, that was the opportunity of Woohoo Gaming. And they took that. They invested so much resources to take him down. And Fennel, with the lesser damage that they possess, they couldn't really find the kills against Woohoo Gaming. Danny got taken out as well, trying to be a little too deep in that fight, and just we can't help but feel bad here for Fennel. This game has been growing to be in their favor, really resisting the forces of Woohoo Gaming. It started from that Baron steal of all things. August just so good with that steal, like taking a candy from a baby. Woohoo Gaming in general just took this opportunity away from Fennel.
Oh, absolutely. August just disgusting Baron steal. He literally just queued in, Q, smite, third Q out, and then flash, and then he just was able to back using the expedited back function of the Baron buff. And what an insane game, and what an insane series of events there for Woohoo Gaming. I mean, definitely cementing their place in, I think, the top 3 now in the Chinese side of the conference, while Fennel still, again, looking for that first win. They haven't even won a single game yet, so, you know, they're gonna keep fighting, they're gonna keep going, but for now, you know, journey stops here for them.
I mean, the goal of Woohoo Gaming is just to maintain within the top 8 of the tournament, because that will give them the spot or allow them to have a spot in the playoffs. And prior to this series, they actually are the 8th spot. So now they're going to be going a little bit up. Maybe take over Nova Esports a little bit to secure their 7th spot. And for Fennel, I can't help but feel bad for them in this game.
Yeah.
August just a clear MVP. I mean, that Baron steal, yeah, that allowed them to just win the game.
Absolutely. High impact jungler here, even though it doesn't really show. It is KDA 2, 3, and 7, but he was still kind of the linchpin for Woohoo Gaming to absolutely dominate. Again, that Baron steal, just stylish and smooth like butter. It was so natural. He just waltzed into the pit, smote, and then got out, waltzed back into his team, and that was really the momentum stopper for Fennel. So yeah, that was definitely a demoralizing moment, and all thanks to August.
All thanks to August. For Fennel, we will be seeing them, in 2 weeks, I guess. Yeah. Still on week number 6. So this is the result of the games. BRU almost having a standing chance against Thunder Talk. KBG, a one-sided beatdown as we kind of expected it against OMG. And Woohoo Gaming having, we did expect Woohoo Gaming to actually win this, given the standings, given their performance so far. But that second game actually was almost groundbreaking, because Fennel almost actually turned the tides around. But until they didn't. Until August just took away that opportunity away from them. And that last clash, which was, I think, will be talked about by Fennel in after that match, because it was really not the best of form for Fennel.
Exactly. So this is how the standings have shaken up, ladies and gents, for the past couple days. Of course, with KBG winning their last game, their last match, they will be team number 4 here, just under JDG, because the JDG did win harder than them. Woohoo Gaming, though, going to be tying themselves with Trace Esports at number 5 after their win as well. Though OMG looking a little bit sad there at number 11. Unfortunately, that loss to KBG not doing them any favors. And for the APAC side, Fennel.
Yeah.
At least they're not last. Team Flash has had 4 losses already, but Fennel only 3. Look at the bright side of life, maybe.
Yeah. The brighter side here is actually on the side of BRU, since they're still maintaining within the top 4 despite their loss. Since it was a 3-game series, they will be only losing 1 point.
Yeah.
In themselves. So -1 right now, and still within the top 4. And for Fennel, we are going to be seeing them again on May 11. They are going to be battling against JDG though, so yeah.
That's going to be difficult. Very difficult.
It is.
I mean, they're already pretty demoralized after losing up all their matches, but you can't be demoralized. You have to pick yourself back up. And speaking of, we're going to pick back up tomorrow once again with Trace Esports versus JDG at 4 p.m. GMT +8. Another Filipino team, Enigma Galaxy, going to go up against who is the best of the APAC right now, KT Roaster. And finally, at 8 p.m. GMT +8, we have Nova Esports versus EDG. Can Edward Gaming secure their spot at the top once again?
Oh yeah, that is something I'm gonna be looking forward so much for tomorrow's game. The NGX versus KT, and EDG versus Nova Esports. And this has been a wonderful day either way. And it is still a struggle for the APAC teams to actually win against the CN conference teams. Again, I'm just going to be updating the score line right now for our APAC versus Chinese teams. Still 2 wins for APAC, the match of Naos against Rare Atom and Nigma Galaxy against Trace Esports when Weiba wasn't there yet. But the Chinese teams have been winning 14 times. So
just a huge discrepancy here. The APAC teams really gotta step it up, but we'll see if they can do it tomorrow, because ladies and gentlemen, that'll be the end of tonight's broadcast. Hope you had a good time with us. My name's G10, coming at you. With me has been Giyang. It's been an honor shotcasting for you, and we will see you tomorrow for another day of the WRLA. See you then.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.